Let us pray. Father, I want to thank you for this day. I want to thank you for the moisture you sent our way over the weekend. And Lord, just what a reminder of how good you are to us. Father, I pray today as we meet to make decisions and provide input for everything we can do to make our Grants, our city of Grants, a better place to live and to work. Father, I pray you help us put our own agendas, our own feelings, our own personalities out of the way and realize we're here for the betterment of our community. Thank you for these men and women who have given so much that we might stand free. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Call this meeting in order at 2:01. Roll call.
Mayor Eric Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Zachary Gutierrez,
He is absent.
Councilor George Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Fred Rodarte,
Present.
Councilor Beverly Michael.
Present.
Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can I get approval of the agenda?
I make a motion that we approve the agenda as is.
Thank you. Second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call. Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Rodarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Gutierrez is absent. Thank you. That'll pass. Citizens to address the council. We have Ms. Peterson.
I'd like to begin by thanking all the people who joined us today. You are citizens in action, and I'm very proud of you, and I hope you continue to keep coming to these meetings. They're important. And I'm especially proud of the people who sit here at the chamber, the South End, because you represent us. You've taken on a big task, and I know it's very heady, the work that goes into it, the labor. But I think small communities are the best, and I think Grants is worth it. So thank you, all of you. Now, I'm here because I brought a chart, and I just want to let people know that we do have visitors at the Cibola Arts Council. And this chart is just for the year 2022, last year. We've actually done 6 years, but I wanted to bring last year's visitors log, so to speak. And I know it should be done on websites and things, but that's still in the works. So I wanted you to notice that New Mexico communities have been very kind to pop in and visit us. Out of state, there's even more who come to see us and the beautiful artwork that we have in the building. And I'm especially proud to see the international list from British Gibraltar. Had to look on the map to see where that was. Ireland, Mexico, Malaysia, the Netherlands, Scotland, and Germany. So we do get company. We really do. And we're always happy to see them and talk about grants. So thank you for your time. Come and visit us.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I, anyone out there for discussion of charter compliance? Thank you. Oh, I skipped that one, shoot. They just listed just the council. Alrighty, we're on 1.1, discussion action approval of July 20, 2023 City Council meeting minutes. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval of July 20, 2023 Special Council meeting minutes.
Second,
I'll second it.
roll call, Councilor Michael,
Yes.
Councilor Rodarte,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Gutierrez is absent. Thank you, that'll pass. We're on 1.2, discussion action approval of July 26, 2023 regular City Council meeting minutes. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve July 26, 2023 regular city council meeting minutes.
Second,
I'll second it.
Roll call, Counselor Michael,
Yes.
Counselor Rodarte,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you, that'll pass. Alrighty, we're on 1.3. So every month I've been trying to put, not trying, but we've been putting down different departments through the City of Grants and give them some recognition. There's a lot of things that we see throughout the month of people just, wow, you know, that's a pretty good department. They're stepping ahead. They're giving more to the community. And this month I've been visiting the senior center since I started in the council about 3 years ago during COVID. It was really nice. You know, they welcomed me with open arms. I showed up there. It was difficult because, you know, what COVID we had, but they always welcomed me to help them do whatever. And now I show up and it's a nice feeling. So right now I got you guys some cupcakes and I want to serve the senior crew here. And Suzette couldn't be here. She stayed back at the shop there because we couldn't close the doors, but Suzette is the manager. And so we got Dorella, Rebecca, Christy, Jenny, Michelle, Yolanda, Charlotte, Lionel, Joanna, Marina, and Zenaida. Got you guys some cupcakes. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, go ahead and play the video. I have a video for these guys, just for a couple minutes. What? Come on. Come on. There's a little video. Where's the sound? No sound? It's on the.
Turn it up. I know. That's cute. Thank you.
No thanks.
Again, throughout the seniors, you guys bring happiness to our community, so I thank you very much. Congratulations, and I have your certificate. Are you here? You guys want to all come down here? Yeah, come on.
Take a picture.
Come on, hurry up. Yolanda. Get over here.
Nice. I say cupcake.
Thank you very much. You guys go. Thank you very much.
Tell Suzette thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're on 1.14, discussion of public safety. Chiefs. Hello, hello.
Mayor and council, well, Chief.
Is there a
there's an echo.
echo somewhere?
There is. Like to hear ourselves again. I only have a couple things. A few of you managed to make it to the Tri-State Farmers Association in the beginning of the month. Mayor, councilors, I appreciate you all coming out and giving support to San Rafael because they were hosting this year. Appreciate the monies that you allotted them through lodger's tax. We had quite a few people show up and they had a great time. Secondly, I think you all get a text message from me about our new truck coming to the community. It showed up last Wednesday during the rainstorm. They offloaded it anyway, so they took it around for a ride. We had our traditional push-in, which would you do with a brand new fire truck, apropos of what they used to do way back when they had horse-drawn fire engines. So we pushed that in and did that little ceremony at the station. We're outfitting it now, SCBA's and hose today, and as we go along, we'll put everything on. It's replacing Engine 5. Engine 5 is giving us all kinds of trouble over the past couple of years, so in the grant writing process, I asked the state, hey, this one's going to collapse and die on the side of the road sometime. Can we get a new one? So they were very fortunate enough to give us the $300,000. Some money's from ARPA funding and the Fire Protection Fund. So nothing came out of the city coffers other than those funds. So it was a pretty quick turnaround. I went to Milledgeville, Georgia on Sunday, last Sunday. Left here at 2 a.m. and got there at 4. I had to inspect and touch the truck and say, yes, it's great, pretty fantastic, please ship it. I get back here on Monday, the truck showed up on Wednesday. So they want this because I brought a little check with them. That's what made them get the incentive to bring it, $367,000. So thank you very much. Entertain any questions that we might have about a couple of things that have happened.
Councilor Michael?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilor Garcia?
Just one, where do we stand on trucks now, fire trucks?
How many do you want to buy me? The complement is 3 fire engines and 1 ladder truck. Our city requires 3,500 GPM, and I have about 4,250 GPM. Always taking one out of the mix for repair, downtime, what have you, to always have that 3,500 GPM to fight fires in this as a community. So we have 3 and 1 ladder truck.
Thank you.
Councilor Rodarte?
So that new truck's already in service?
Sort of.
Sort of?
Sort of. Getting there. Put the hose on, put the SCBA's on today. The guys were testing it out over the weekend to see how it runs and what have you. It's very bright. The lights are all LED. Oh my goodness, it's like Christmas going down the road when you got the lights on. And over the next week or 10 days, we'll have all the other equipment from Engine 5 swapped over, and then finally we'll put the radio on, and it'll be good to go. But right now it can fight fire as of today.
And that's bright red, huh?
Yeah, it's bright red.
Most of them are white, right?
Most of my fleet was white, and then we got a red rescue truck and a red ladder truck. Now you have a red engine, so we're 50-50. I don't know which way we're going to go for the next one.
Get a green one.
Get a green one, be like Bernalillo.
No, just
How about a blue one like Louisiana?
get one.
Okay,
Well,
anyway.
congratulations,
Thank
Chief.
you, appreciate it.
Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council.
One thing, before you start, I'm sorry, that the community, and I know you're doing it through the Facebook messages about what's happening in the schools and stuff, so can you really touch on what we're doing to, there's just the oncoming problems that you see in our schools and how we are serving? Because I see you guys all the time there, there's some people that really don't see, but talking to you, like you guys are training and you guys have a plan together, so if you can touch on some of that, I appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely, Mayor. So those are some of the points that I'm going to bring up. We did have active shooter training put on by New Mexico State Police. So we just went through hands-on training. The Grand Cebolla County Schools allowed us to use one of their facilities, Mount Taylor Elementary, right before school started. And we were taught by New Mexico State Police, their emergency response team. So we had the opportunity to learn more about hands-on as we're responding to an actual active shooter threat. They did use munitions, so it was more...
It hurt?
Yes, it hurt very much. So it was more real-based training, but the majority of our department did respond, with the exception of a few, but we plan on sending them out to also get that training. It was an eye-opener because you're taught to respond and stop the action as fast as you can. And when you're getting shot with those munitions, it kind of says, hey, this is for real. It was an eye-opener, letting me know that our department needs a whole lot more training. We haven't had training in this area since 2017. And I'm talking about hands-on training. You can take all the training you want online, but it's not real-based unless you're hands-on. So it was an eye-opener for the training that we need, and we need to continue within the department, so I plan on doing that as well. But it was also an eye-opener on the equipment that we have to respond as well. There's going to be some things that we need to adjust within our own department on the resources that we carry in response. With that being said, one of our biggest hurdle was, how do we get inside a school? People have talked about the little red lock boxes. There's a word for it, but I'll just call it a red Knox box. But we've made progress. We've worked with the schools, and we have the majority of our department now has access to every school in Cebolla County that has the key fob entry. So that's progress. That's a big hurdle that we've had to overcome, and we're finally there. So training, the resources that we need, and then just educating the public. We have had 2 school threats. We had 2 this last week. And one thing that as soon as we heard about the threat, one was a school threat, and then the other one was a video threat. As soon as we heard about it, we took care of it. We responded all our resources to handle the situation. Grants Police Department's goal was to make contact with those suspected individuals that were causing that threat before school would even start. So our goal was to make contact with everybody involved before 7:30 in the morning. That's when school opens. And we had these subjects detained and a firearm also taken by 7:10 in the morning. So we did do a public service announcement to the community so that we keep them aware of what's going on. So we ended up with 2 arrests on that, 2 adults, and both of them were charged with felonies. So we try and educate the public and let them know, hey, one of our biggest thing right now is this threat that we made the 2 arrests on circulated for 16 hours before we were made aware of it. So we want to encourage the public. If you see something, say something. Don't wait. Don't wait 16 hours. This could have been handled 16 hours, 15 hours ago before we got involved. So that's the one thing that I want to focus on right now. If you see something, say something. Ask your kids how school's going. Ask them how their day is. Kids are going to talk. And if you hear something, and even if you don't think it's something important, notify us anyway. Let us make that decision. And then also, like I mentioned last month, we are offering active shooting training to any business, any entity in the community. We have several that are already scheduled, and we'll start doing that next week, I believe is our first presentation. So it doesn't matter how big or small you are, you call us and we're going to give you that training. One thing I want everyone to focus on, it's not just for school trainings or for business training. This is training that any individual can utilize. It's keeping you, it's reminding you to, as soon as you walk into a building, know where your exits are. Anytime you walk into a park, a concert, an event that's going out open, that's in the open, know where your exits are. You know, just be aware of your surroundings. So that's the main thing we want to get out there when we're giving the active shooter training. So we're offering that to anybody in the community. Just get a hold of our police department and we'll schedule that. The other thing that we have focused on is Narcan training. In the past, we've had businesses or groups come in and they give us our Narcan training, and also that's where we get our resources. Every officer carries Narcan because we're first responders. In a city, your normal response is anywhere from 1 minute to 3 minutes. That's a normal response to an emergency. 3 minutes can mean everything in the world. So all of us carry Narcan training. This last month, we sent 2 officers to training to become Narcan, to be able to train using Narcan. So we're going to offer that to the community. We want to offer that training that we receive to the citizens, so that they have the opportunity to also, we're gonna send it out as a no questions asked approach. So if we put on this event, we're encouraging everybody, because I can guarantee every one of us in this room knows somebody that has been addicted or is addicted to some type of drug, and Narcan can save lives. So we want to offer that to the community, and if you come to our training, then we can give you the resources that you need in case you have to encounter a drug overdose, because that's what's going to save lives. According to the CDC, 80,000 overdose deaths occurred in 2021. So that's the other thing that we're working on for the community, is giving the community the resources they need to survive. Anything else on the school threat? Okay.
I do have a question. It seems like before, when I was there was a great emphasis on fire drills compared to active shooter training. Now it seems the threat is more active shooter than fire drills, right? Do we see in the schools those drills happening more than the fire drills?
Yes.
Now that I got 2 chiefs in the school board?
No, that's a great question. We just had a meeting today, a school safety meeting, and we plan on doing a statewide active shooter lockdown drill. Okay, just a lockdown drill. This is just so that we can see where each school is at, identify their strong and their weaknesses when it comes to a lockdown. So yes, we do emphasize that.
Thank you.
The only other thing I'd like to mention is we were invited to Future Farmers of America's meeting this last week at Grants High School. That program is up and running again. Some of you guys may remember it when you were in school. Future Farmers of America went to a conference this last year, and they worked with Meals of Hope, and it's an organization that focuses mainly on fighting hunger within the nation. And so they donated 5 boxes of food, 5 boxes of packaged food to the Grants Police Department to help distribute that to our community. So I questioned, do I keep the food? What do I do with the food? I mean, there's a lot of families we do encounter that come through, maybe because something's going on the interstate, maybe they broke down, and we would distribute that food to them. But I went to our local grants pantry and spoke to Miss Zortman and found out that our pantry provides for 4,000 families in our community. And I did not realize that that number was so high. So I took those 5 boxes, which weighed over 100 pounds, and I donated it to the Grants Pantry so that they can distribute that to those families. So, I mean, it was a great organization. I thank Future Farmers of America for their assistance in thinking of our community when they packaged those Meals of Hope and brought them back to Grants.
Nice.
That's my highlight for now. Any questions?
Councilor Michael?
Just, so I wanted to acknowledge, I know a person who was doing the Narcan training.
Yes,
Did she train you guys?
she did.
Lynette Goodlay.
That's correct.
She was training voluntarily. She had taken the training for trainers and was working with DOH, and I think was the first round of, the person doing the first round of training in all of our county for
Yes,
that.
ma'am, and
So,
we- and we think-
distributing the
yes,
Narcan.
yes.
So I want to thank her for that.
Absolutely, we do thank Lynette Goodallay for her assistance and providing the resources that
Yes.
we actually carry now.
Thank you, Chief.
Anything else?
Councilor Bedard?
You mentioned that you used the facility from the schools. What
That's
facility
correct.
was that?
Mount Taylor Elementary.
Was that in the gymnasium or?
We practiced just in the library, and then we actually utilized the rest of the school in search of, our suspected shooter.
So you said you're planning on having more of these events?
That's correct. Yes, knowing that we did not have any type of hands-on training for active shooters since 2017, this is a must. It's not a matter of it never happening, it's when it's going to happen. So we want to make sure not only our department, but every agency that responds to an active shooter is prepared.
So is the schools actively working with the police department?
They are.
For future events?
Yes, like I said, with the key cards, that was a major hurdle that we've always asked for an access to our schools, and we have made that goal, and we were provided those key access cards.
Do you foresee the police department itself needing to expand as far as maybe facilities to be able to expand on this type of training?
In regards to,
Well, let's say, for instance, you had your another building that you could use for training.
absolutely, yes. I mean, we're going to utilize anything that we're able to practice, if that's what you're asking.
Yes,
More-
yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilor Garcia?
No
Sorry,
question.
I'm sorry, the only thing I wanted to also highlight is that Grants Police Department will be at the opening day for the State Fair, which is September 7th, and we will have a booth there in hopes of recruitment. So if you stop there, if you happen to go opening day, please stop by our booth and say hi.
Nice.
I just want to thank you both. You guys are making pretty good headway with the two departments. We always have this on at least one in our council meetings once a month, and it's good to know what you're needing. So hopefully we can find a way to get it, and it's good to know what we see it in the community, but it's just good to recognize you guys again, because you guys are making it better. Thank you very much.
And to echo some of the words from Chief, 80,000 people died of overdoses in the United States in 2022. I think it was the last year, but here in New Mexico is 453. So that's the other part of the coin that I get to see all the time. So 453 died of overdoses in our state.
And those are just deaths, those are not the
No, those are
number
strictly-
of overdoses that
No, yeah, those are
we
just people that have died
Those are
from
those
over-
who passed.
correct.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, we're on 1.5, discussing City Charter Advisory Committee term increase. Fred or Mr. Clements? How are you doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. enjoying some of the great information. I'm getting ready to eat that cupcake, so. We're on the City Charter Advisory Committee, and we'd like to ask the council to give us some additional time. We were scheduled to start in September. We didn't have our first meeting till January of 2023, so we're about 3 months behind. I can't say enough about the committee that's been put together with a wide variety of experiences, education, personalities, and yet we've come together. We've gone through most of the city charter, trying to update some language and different things in it. We've sent all that off to the lawyers. Part of it has come back. We reviewed that. We'll make some more changes on that. But it's a lot more complex than we expected. And we really have a desire to do it right. September the 7th, without an extension, will be our last scheduled meeting. And that's in a couple of weeks. Now, we can just package it up and send it in, but quite frankly, I don't think it would be done right. So what we're asking is for an additional 6 months to make sure that when we get finished with it, we've got a product we're proud of. Something that will help the council, will help the citizens of Grants. You don't know how complex these things are till you actually get to working in them. And it's been a learning process. So we're just asking for time to do it right.
Yes, sir. Comments from the council? Councilor Michael?
Yes, I'm thankful that you're up here talking about it. It was something that I was looking into a while back because I kept thinking by resolution, we approved the Charter Commission in September, and by that resolution, we had 1 year. So it was from September to September.
Yes, ma'am.
Though we were getting applicants for the positions on the Charter Commission, it was hard to get them appointed, and once we did, I think I guess I had assumed your first meeting was November, but you're
Actually,
saying it was in January.
We had to have 7 members.
Yes.
I think I was one of the first. We actually had our first meeting with 6. But we had one of our concerned citizens that decided to visit the meeting, and we volunteered him to be on the committee. Now, and Mr. Ward turned out to be a great benefit to the committee. What we're trying to do is get input from as many different people as we can to find out what a community really needs. We've had 2 of our councilmen come to the meetings and offer some input, and right now we're trying to get some of the department heads that work for the city to come in and say, what would you like to see changed? Now, a lot of those changes you can't make, and we understand that, but there'll be some good things out there that we can get a hold of and put in and make our charter better for the citizens of Grants. You know, we're moving into a new world. I mean, the fact that we can have more active shooter trainings than fire drills, we do the same thing at our church. We do a yearly active shooter training, and we've got to bring everything up to date.
Councilor Michael?
Is it able to be extended? My question would have to be to legal.
My advice would be that it can be extended, but the resolution which appointed and enacted this charter commission would need to be amended accordingly. And according to NMSA 1978, Section 3-15-5, it can be up to 180 days. So that's a period of 6 months as requested.
Thank you. So we can proceed with that. It's not an action item today, but
It is not an action item today, and there's not a resolution before this council today.
so we would need a resolution at the next regular meeting?
That's correct.
Okay. And we can make that happen?
Fran's nodding her head. She's the one in charge of the agenda,
Yes.
so yes.
There you go. Thank you. I was looking in
Shake
the
your
wrong
head.
direction.
The feel of how
Okay.
council thought about it, and then we were going to amend the
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. No more questions.
Councilor Rodarte?
Mr. Clemens, is it possible to see the progress that you guys have made?
Yes.
You know, where you're at this
Yes.
point, so we
Yeah.
can,
forward it to you.
would you
Yeah.
please? Okay.
And what we've done so far, the first 3 articles, well, actually, we went through the whole thing. We've sent it to the law office. The first 3 have already been returned to us with updates. None of the committee are lawyers. We don't speak lawyerese. So what we've done is put down there what we would like to see changed, and then the law department puts it into lawyerese. Actually, 2 meetings ago, we was on a conference call with Jessica, and you talk about an eye-opener and a great big help of explaining how what we said could be taken 14 different ways and how it needs to be reworded so it says what it's supposed to say. And that's one of the reasons that we really need more time, because we want to make sure that when it's done correctly. But yes, if Fran could email it to you, some of the changes we've suggested, and I guess there's a whole process involved on that.
Yes.
Our next meeting is the last meeting without the extension. And so we'd really like to know, our next meeting, do we plan on meeting again, or, I really think this is important for our community to be done on a regular basis. All of our advisory committees are having their updates done now too, so that's a good thing.
And Mayor, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to caution the governing body that while you may review the changes, it's not your role to participate in proposing changes or participating in the Charter Commission. The Charter Commission is meant to operate independently, and then they'll present their final product to you for review.
I would prefer to wait for my copy.
Only last thing I'd like to mention is, I spoke to Fran earlier. She said there might be a possibility that we might have to have another special council meeting here in the next couple of weeks, right? And so if we could have that resolution ready by then maybe we could proceed with it a little bit earlier. That way we can give you the extension that you need.
And I think that would be a good move. The faster we can get this done, the more progress we can make on getting it done and having a complete revision, presented to the governing body.
Mm-hmm.
And so they can take a look at it, and we can go, it's a whole process. It's a very long process, but I think it's necessary that we do it right, and we do it.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia?
Is there a problem with it ending the resolution September 7th and we don't have a meeting? I know he talked about a special, but will that amendment go away or a resolution go away and have to do a new one? Can we amend?
So it's a
That's what I
new
thought.
resolution.
That's what I thought.
But it'll look exactly the same as the original resolution. It'll just add an additional 6 months to our time period. So it has the same effect as amending the current resolution.
I see. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Clemens, thank you very much. It's very interesting. I've learned a lot in this, the Charter Committee, because, we live stream it, and usually when I travel, I'll usually put them on of the last ones you guys did, so some good, interesting conversations, and, you guys are teaching me some stuff too, so I appreciate that.
I appreciate it, and I'd invite, and the citizens too. It's an open meeting, and you're invited to come and give your input. I think the more input we can have from the citizens of our community, the better job we can do of meeting the community's needs.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're on 1.6, discussion presentation, ranked choice voting. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm glad to be here, and I wanted to start my little...
Can you say your name, sir, for the record?
I'm Seth Ward. I'm a local pain in the backside for some people, so what the heck. I wanted to start this out with a little bit of humor, and if you looked at your packet and what I sent as a drawing of what ranked choice voting looks like, I can definitely say that a kindergartner does better drawing in between the lines than I did in this presentation. So our schools are doing great. They're trying to keep them in line there. But the idea is that I'm not trying to promote ranked choice voting as an end-all, begin-all kind of solution to some of our problems. But as an eye-opener that we may be looking at different means of voting. There is which we do, the highest number of votes gets the job if there's more than 2 people running for that office. Then there's some groups say that you have to have 40% or more in order to get the job. And then there are other groups that say, no, you have to have 50% plus 1 vote in order to get the job. Well, ranked choice voting is a means of what they call an instant runoff system of voting. And it's one that I've been looking into personally, just out of curiosity. One of the more famous, I guess, runnings of it was when Sarah Palin was running in Alaska against her opponent, and they had ranked choice voting. And when they did the first tier of the runoff, Sarah Palin was a little ahead of all the other voters, but didn't have 51%. Then in the next round, the next level, and this does not involve citizens going back and re-voting, but that they would take the second choice of those who were eliminated from the voting. And then what happened was is that one of her opponents then got the position on that second tier. And so that's basically what it is. Now, when I sent this to you, Fran and I have talked about it. Dominion voting can do the ranked choice voting. But one of the things that they said was that it's for some people it was confusing. And so I mentioned that, hey, I'll go sit there and educate people as they're coming in before they vote. If they have any questions, I'll talk to them. But then I went over to the county, and they said, no, you can't do that because the pre-voting is in more than one location for the city. And so what I would have to do is build charts. And so my demonstration for you that you had would be the beginning of setting up a chart that I could lead and maybe educate people by charts. But if we go through it real quickly, I chose 100 points as a consideration of votes because that was 1%, if you will. And I had a green, red, blue, pink, and black candidates. And then this is all, kind of contrived on my part, okay? I mean, we could look at it and say, why did you choose this many votes for this person or that other? It was just picking. And so in the green they had 20, the red had 4, blue had 28, pink had 33, and black had 15. Well, red was the lowest number. Well, in the second choice, you notice I had the boxes where the red votes were their second votes, okay? And nobody else had a second choice there. It was just the red because they were eliminated from the original. So those 4 votes were spread back to the other candidates, okay? And then what happened is that no one still did not get 51%. Then the next tier, we added up the previous scores and the new red scores added in, and then we looked at it and we dropped, I think it was black that we dropped. And so when we dropped the black, the 16 votes that were the total of the 16 votes were now their second choice and the red's third choice. Those 3 on the black, you notice that in the box we have 1 red under black. So that vote was spread over to the next third choice level. And you see that in the color as under green, we have the green, the black, and then the red dot in the middle, meaning that I carried that red vote on their third choice over to the green candidate. And so this goes on until you finally get to the last 2, and then it ended up that blue ended up being the actual winner in this contrived system that I had. And so because they had 51 votes, that was 51% of the people voting. Now, what happens is if you vote for blue the first time, your vote stayed. Your second choice was never used. Okay? If a candidate was eliminated, their second choice is used. And then maybe the next grouping, you have another group like black, their second choice was used, but on the red, who lost it in the black also, that individual's vote, they chose their third vote. And so it's only your continuation of the people that are being removed from the voting pool and then putting back into it to do that. And what I'm looking at this as a means of trying to, if if I vote for somebody and I didn't vote, they didn't win, I might turn around and walk away and just say, my candidate's not there. But I might be more supportive if the person in office was my second choice. Say, I like that person, they can do well. And so it creates what I'm hoping would be a much more, amicable environment that we can govern in and support, and getting citizens involved in terms of doing things. I mean, you have a lot of people that are volunteering, the art department, the various advisory boards and stuff like that. But we could use a lot more people involved into the community, and maybe if they felt like they had a real voice into it, that they might participate. So that's my presentation, except that I'll try to improve my artwork.
Councilor Michael?
So this is a system where you're going to get, through ranked choice voting, a majority. You're going to get a 50 plus 1.
Right.
And then that's your first choices come in. You might be at 49, then when second choices come in, takes them up to 51, that person's in.
Right.
Yes. And then this, right now, what we do is as our charter language states, is we're on a plurality. So
Right.
it's just the best of 5 or the best of 3.
Right.
So in that case, there's no real true majority winner in those elections. What we don't do is require the majority, which the other process, other than ranked choice voting, this is a one-time thing.
Yeah, you would go to the polls one time and vote.
And we'll have a majority winner.
Right.
And in the other system, if we were to just switch it from plurality to majority, you get your top 2 in whatever race, and they would then have to have, in 30 days, a runoff election.
That's right.
And so that's what this tries to avoid, is the expense and work of having to do a runoff election. It's not necessary if you're counting through ranked choice voting.
That's right. And that's why they call it instant runoff
Yep.
system.
Yep,
Yeah,
your language.
and that,
It can be very effective. Thank you for that.
but like I said, I'm just asking for you to look at it and consider it, because we could be considering other things that are better, and more compatible with our community. But we've got to start somewhere by looking at things and doing that.
And you mentioned Dominion, the machines.
The Dominion
can
machines
process this.
can do ranked choice. Now, the 2 cities that we found out that are doing it are Santa Fe and Las Cruces. And we thought that Albuquerque did it, but they said no, they didn't. They have a
They have
runoff.
Yep.
But they have, our problem is from my perspective, okay, is that when we have, say, 7,000 voters, adult voters, then what occurs is maybe we get half of them to come out and vote the first time, but the second time to do a runoff, you're even less people are coming out, and so your 51% doesn't represent 51% of the total voters. It represents, much less. And I'm not sure what the numbers are exactly, but so whatever we choose, it's not going to be perfect. It's just that, is this more of a match to our community needs and the idea of creating, a community that works together? And so is this one method of doing that? And that's all that I was looking at.
It's a good idea. I'm wondering if that's something that the council has to take, or it can just be addressed in the charter.
It can be addressed in the charter. It should be addressed in the charter, and it'll be presented to you if that's what the Charter Commission so chooses.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Wait,
Okay.
hold on. Are you done, ma'am?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay.
Councilor Rodarte.
Mr. Ward, in your opinion, would you consider this a more fair or more accurate way of deciding who gets elected?
I have to say that I'm a person that tends towards resolving issues, and I would say that this does resolve certain issues that are currently present in our current system. I do feel that it is fair in my mind from my perspective. But other people might feel that, no, my second choice should, so we have to balance that with what we think is good for the community, not necessarily good for an individual.
The reason I ask is when I was in the council last time, we had 2 councilors that ran for position. Well, there was more than 2, but there was a 1 vote difference between 2 councilors.
Right.
And so the one that got the 1 vote more won.
That's right.
And a lot of constituents, I guess, said that they didn't think it was fair. So that's why I'm asking the question. We have this person got this many votes. This person got 1 less vote. Is this the right person to be sitting on that seat, or is this system that you're talking about a more fair representation of the public at large,
Right. Well, it resolves the issue of the voting system, but it doesn't answer the question of people's emotional feelings about what is fair and what is not. When you have less than 50% plus 1 vote, when you have less than that, then that emotion is going to come into play more. Now, when you have this kind of system and everybody agrees to it, then you have a 50 plus 1 vote possibility, in the end, and therefore your emotions are not as wrapped up into it as you might have.
One of the questions that I had in mind was, I remember years ago when I ran for probate judge, there was 7 that ran for the same position. And, out of those 7, there's not one that could get 50 plus one vote.
That's
There's
right.
no way that that's going to happen.
That's right.
Because the votes are split so evenly across that the only way to decide who won is the one that got the most votes.
That's right. That's right.
So I don't know, does it address that particular thing?
Well, it does by eliminating the lowest
Yeah.
candidate in terms of receiving votes. You eliminate that at the first stage, but the people who voted for that person do not lose their voice. Their voice is carried over into the next tier. So as long as you're heard, you have less emotional involvement in it and saying, at least my second choice was there, or at least my third choice was there. I can live with that. But you're always going to have some emotional conflict. I mean, we're human beings, and we
sure.
my ideas are better than everybody else's. Let's face it, But the idea is that we're trying to appease, that hey, you're wrong, I'm right. We want to come together as we chose. This is what our choice was, not what I chose. And that's what we're trying to work towards.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So, Councilor Garcia?
So it doesn't require a referendum. It's just a charter change?
Yeah. Yes, sorry.
Because I know, like you said, with Santa Fe and Las Cruces, we'll be able to see this play out in November. Whether it's going to, I think I read in the Journal or something,
Yeah.
they're doing it this November.
Right.
Because I remember years ago, I think it was District 2 that they tied the councilmen, and
they
they
flipped a
did it
coin.
by a flip of a coin or a card or something like that. So that would,
Yeah.
That's
You
how you
know.
break a tie in New Mexico.
yeah, it would eliminate that. But
Yeah. But, the thought that I didn't want to bring up, but we could ask Dominion if we could run a trial run in an election and say, we would like to do something where we do have candidate blue, red, black, pink. And we would like you to choose rank those, rank these as your favorite color. and then come back in and put it in. And this is the way we would vote, and ask them if they could do that. But I don't know. I mean, who am I? Just
As long as that
a loudmouth.
as long as that system can do the ranked tallies, you're fine.
They can do the ranked
Yeah,
tallies,
that's
but
all
what we're
it
trying to
needs
do
to
is to see if people would like it.
Yeah.
I'd like to get more public input into it, see what the citizens feel. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Ward, thank you very much. I didn't know what it was when it was on the agenda, so I YouTubed it, and you did a good job explaining it. I mean, I think there's some goods and bads.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that, and I hope that I can do better even next time.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're on 1.7, discussion presentation, infrastructure capital improvement plan process. Hello, Shannon.
Good afternoon. Huh? Yeah. Give us just a second. We're going to get it on the screen real quick. Good afternoon. So I'm going to go ahead and present to you what we did this year and that for the preparation of the ICIP. So the first thing, what is the ICIP? It's a planning tool which establishes priorities for anticipated infrastructure projects for counties, municipalities, tribal governments, special districts, and senior citizen facilities. It covers a 5-year fiscal period. This year we did FY25 to FY29, and it's developed and updated and submitted annually to the local government division for the state. So there are 10 steps that go into updating the ICIP. Of course, the first one is annual notification from DFA, the annual ICIP training, internal review, City of Grants, or the COG and the City ICIP review and project hearing session, draft ICIP developed by the COG, City review, presentation to the council, final update, submission to the state, and use of the ICIP to implement projects. So the first thing we do is, of course, the annual notification from the state. We're notified of the new dates for submission of the ICIP, including dates for trainings that are provided by the local government division, DFA. The annual notification triggers reviews of the ICIP, coordination with staff, and planning meetings with the COG. One of the things we do, of course, we kind of view this throughout the year as we're talking to the different departments. Not just one day or a couple of meetings, it's kind of gone over the year. So this year, of course, myself and Don, we attended the ICIP trainings. There were many of them that we did have to attend. Some of them, if I couldn't take part in, Don did, and vice versa, and that because there were some both of us just could not take at the same time. So some of them were, of course, arts and public places. The AIPP, a good example of that is our capital outlay for the arena. We got 2.5 in 2020, I believe it was, and 25,000 of that 2.5 is strictly to arts and public places. So we can't utilize it towards the arena itself, the construction and that. Of course, we go through the capital outlay process, cost estimates, which is why we kind of look at it throughout the year, because some of these, it's not easy just to get the cost estimates all in one day or in 1 week. Of course, going to the Federal Grants Bureau, the outdoor recreation, and the ICIP, because there are different fundings that we can utilize in these projects. Economic Development Department grant programs, the department grants programs for environment, the Finance Authority grants programs, the Aging and Long-Term Services Division for Senior Center capital outlay, and then, of course, there were a bunch of others. First thing we did, of course, we did an internal review. We conducted, like I said, it's not just one day, but we go throughout talking with the departments and that throughout the year. But we conducted an initial review of the ICIP to prep for the consultation with the Council of Governments. It includes combing through all of the projects and focuses and gathering information to status updates during consultation. And these reviews requires discussion with departments, consultations, and contractors, because we do have to work closely with them on some of these projects, because they really do help us when we're starting to get all the information regarding some of these construction projects that we're trying to get funding for. Once we get all that information, the COG in the city, and that we have a consultation with the COG. During that, we do a walkthrough through each project, and new project information is shared to inform the update of the ICIP. Project information shared and discussed includes completion status, funded to date, new projects and needs that have been identified over the course of the previous fiscal year, phasing strategies, and funding strategies. After we do the review, COG facilitates prioritization of the projects. The order of the projects is based on status of projects, need, impact, and funding strategies. Some of these are those that we're implementing right now that we have funding for. May knock an item down a little bit on the thing, but we still may need more funding. Some that we have plan and design ready to go, so we're going after that funding. There's just so many components that go through when we're doing the priorities and listing them, and then what possible funding is out there. So the COG is as a trusted advisor and technical assistant provider, then goes to the city, grants ICIP into the system to make the changes to the projects based on information provided by the city. The COG and city completed permission to access form, which legally allows the COG to enter the city's ICIP account, which is that form there. They go in, they'll input a lot of that information for us, and then we just have to go in and review it to make sure it's there. Next step is, of course, city review. After the COG is updated, the ICIP, a draft is shared with the city manager and the projects coordinator for final review prior submitting to city council for approval. The prioritized list is the staff's best effort to identify projects and identify implementation priorities based on consultation and upcoming funding opportunities. The list that is compiled is a list that is vetted by staff who are the experts of these projects. So if it's something, let's say, water infrastructure somewhere, I may not be the complete expert on it, but we may go to Public Works and talk with them, what they feel would be where the best implementation is. The list is not a wish list, and we need to make sure we emphasize that because it has in the past been called a wish list, and it's not. It just includes projects that have real opportunity for implementation and identified funding sources. The next step is we do present it to the city council. Once it's approved, once we've gone through it, we've approved it and that, it's presented to the council for approval. During the council presentation, the ICIP is presented in the order that it was approved by the manager based on consultation session with the COG. At this time, this council has the discretion to add, remove, or reorder the projects as they see fit. So that opportunity is there when it's approved. If there's questions, anything like that, definitely can be done. Once the resolution is approved, it's based on how it's presented in the ICIP or contingent on the modification based on discussion with the council, then we get the resolution approved and submit. After it's approved, the city and COG can still make updates to the ICIP. Modification to the ICIP after council approves includes only project details, if the council approved the presented list, and reorder of the list and project details if council has requested changes. Once all that's done, updated to the ICIP made, or updates to the ICIP is made, the city will package the required documents and complete the submission online form and upload the documents to the online form. The submitted DFA local government division will review the ICIP and will provide the city with 1 week to make corrections. Only project details are reviewed. The use of the ICIP, once it's approved by the state, the city can begin to refer to the ICIP for a number of reasons. To provide a guide for the city manager to direct departments on infrastructure-related work, to guide the project coordinator's work for the fiscal year, to remind project development team of potential funding sources and estimates, to assist with scoring factors of various funding programs, to inform legislators of priorities and to tie the capital outlays request, and to inform COG of priorities and to assist with identification of funding sources. Again, we want to make sure that you understand it is not a wish list. It is not a funding application, and it is not a funding source. So it's just something that we can refer back to as to what we see is, of course, what our priorities are. Some of the things, I know there were concerns this last time around regarding what we can do. Some of the things we can do is we can have, I wouldn't necessarily say a workshop session, but once we get the ICIP, we can have like a public meeting, that no action's going to be taken. So we can go over the projects and how we came to it, what we're looking for, what our goal is, what funding sources might be out there, so that you can understand it a little better before we do approve them next year. Any questions?
Councilor Michael.
So with the last budget approval, we approved the ICIP. That was the 2-page document that was provided to us? in that?
Yes.
So that is the ICIP for this year?
That is the ICIP for this year for 2025, 2029.
So we didn't know, and again, I understand it's not a wish list. Got it
Yeah.
loud and clear?
Yeah.
But clearly, the council can make some recommendations regarding it, and it didn't seem that we knew that when we were approving it in the budget. I had no knowledge that I could suggest changes, ask questions, create edits. I just felt like I wasn't allowed to ask about the document at all. So thank you for pointing that out. And hopefully we'll do it in the appropriate fashion next year where council then does get to give their input on what is going on. So thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome.
I'm done.
Councilor Rodarte.
Only comment I had is back during the previous tenure on the council, at that time, it pretty much was called a wish list. And now it's more defined, and I only have one question, Shannon. This ICIP list that we presented to the state this year, next year we some of the projects on that list will probably get done, right?
That is
And
the
so-
hope.
so it kinda
depending on
changes
funding.
next year, right?
Yes, and it does. It
So
changes
some of the
every
ones that
year.
are lower will kind of go up, and sort of like that, right?
Right. And last year, and I'm looking at here, our 2024, 2028 one last year, we had, and I'm just taking a quick gander here, we had 9 that were ranked number 1, or in our first year, and we do the same. But like our indoor multi-purpose arena, it went from number 1 on our wish list, or not wish list, sorry, our priority list, down to a second year, which is now 2026 instead of 2025, because we did receive some funding for it. Doesn't mean we're done requesting funding, it's just we changed the priority because we got funding for it. So where like our grants, old grants, water and sewer improvements, that's our number 1 this year in that, which is our whole USDA old grants, water and sewer that we've been having issues with. And then, of course, our Roosevelt parallel line. And that moved up as our state as number 2, basically.
I know that from my conversations with Mr. Harry Garcia, our state representative, he said there is funding for water and super and water improvements and stuff like that. So I guess we got to get on.
And
the
we're
ball.
working with the finance department and everybody in that to, what funding is out there and what we're capable of doing.
Okay, I have no further.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilor Garcia.
Yeah, and I think that public, having the workshop would help, because the public needs to know. You know, if there's a huge project we're looking at and it goes right by their business or something, it's good for them to have that knowledge.
Yeah.
You know, and the funding, I could see the change, like he's saying, from prior where it was, you know, a wish list, that there's a lot of road projects, but they never took into consideration the infrastructure.
And that's one of the things we're really looking at before we do any road projects is the infrastructure underneath. That is one of the big things.
That's good to hear. I know we'll discuss that in a minute also, because the public is aware, you know, concerned about that. Because they see it. We pave a road, then we go and dig it back up and finish it. Hopefully this alleviates a lot of that.
Yes.
Now, this is housed on the DFA website to have access to that?
You do have access to it. As soon as they approve it, I believe you can go onto their website and you can kind of pull everything up. They've changed their website, so it's hard to kind of navigate through it lately, I'm finding. But I also have a copy. If you'd like, I can get that to everybody in that of this year's current ICIP. I believe you already have a copy of it from when the resolution was done. But once they do the final approval, I can get you a copy of it, and if you want, even the previous year.
It was, you gave us a summary, so if we could get a detail with it, that would be helpful perhaps.
So the details are pretty,
Kill lots of trees.
it does kill a lot of trees, let me tell you.
That's why I was wondering if it's on the website, we could see it there, because I know when it comes to the legislative process, and that's when the politics come in and they're asking us, what do you guys need? And I know last year the mayor and the city manager had already talked to them, so we don't want to go saying something that countermands what they're already doing or say, no, we want this. Kind of to be on the same sheet of music across the governing body. That's the reason I asked about that.
Yeah.
But that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things, there's an ICIP plan, right? And we have it. It's kind of hard, like I asked council, don't wait till the day we come and it's on the agenda to start asking for this or that. You really have to learn it ahead of time and learn it good. And then that's when you go up to the legislators and talk to Senator Munoz. This is how we got the $5 million. Don and I were up there every other week to show them our plan, tell them what the priorities, and that's the first thing they ask for, what's on the ICIP? You know, because if it's there, it means that our city workers and you and the city manager have already went through it, and this is the needs for the city. They know more than anybody, the city workers, than we do. So we need to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're on 1.8. We're on discussion presentation, City of Grants infrastructure. Who's going to do that one?
I'm going to talk about it. Do we have a PowerPoint on? So I'll just begin while he's getting it ready that, to switch, just press the center. Here. Okay. So one of the things that I find as a city councilor is when I'm out in public or talking to people and citizens and our constituents here in the city of Grants is they ask questions like they see our projects like the rodeo arena, the second trail loop, and the idea for the biopark. And when folks are seeing those things, they're asking questions, and they don't always understand funding sources and things like that. But still, their overall kind of overarching theme from people is saying things like, how can we afford a $7 million rodeo arena and we can't fix our roads? How can we afford to why are we putting in a trail loop when we can't fix our sewer lines? Questions like that get asked of myself, and I think of some of my fellow counselors as well. So part of what I wanted to do was find out a way in talking to Pipes and Maintenance and Public Works, and basically just looking at these guys working overtime on these emergency projects and how we're doing crisis management in our infrastructure right now. In a previous council meeting after the sewer collapsed on the Flagstaff, 700 block of Flagstaff, I did request funding, requested that our budget put aside some money for doing perhaps the sewer lines on the two next streets over. And my request was not, it was ignored. So I'm wanting to really talk about where their priorities lie. I did sit with Public Works and Maintenance and Parks and talked to them. That week, in speaking to them, it was after the Tri-State Rally where they were doing the competitions with the fire hydrants. There were 6 line breaks. There was a really bad main break by Roberta's place. And then they were worried about the shutoff that happened Tuesday on Roosevelt. I was told after that reconnect went on Roosevelt that the new public safety building out at the old armory flooded, that they had pipeline breaks. So one of the biggest issues, and we've had a concerned citizen here before to address this, I've had like 2-3 phone calls from people in my district who are having to replace their water pipes in their home. And what they're finding out is the PSI is way too high. We have it coming in too high, and we have it going out too high, and it's blowing people's water lines in their homes. So we need to do something to control that pressure. Part of that was the request for PRV, and that was, again, last legislative session. I started to ask about it and asked Harry and asked Lee, and they, again, right away, as the mayor inclinated, they said, is it on the ICIP? Is it on the ICIP? There was nothing on the ICIP for those PRVs. So that, I believe, is the reason that the folks went to Senator Munoz, who did find $5 million to put into House Bill 2 that is sitting there that we can use now. So just all these emergency factors, we probably, on Flagstaff alone, because we brought a contractor in, because our own force is overwhelmed with 3 emergencies at once at that time. They've got well number 3, pump went out, they had the Flagstaff sewer line crash, and they had the sinkhole at Route 66. So we had to come here as a council and approve $150,000 of emergency expenditure for the work to be completed on Flagstaff by a contractor. After that, we approved another $51,000 for paving on that road because water and sewer lines had all been repaired. So that was $200,000 that we had to come up with, basically from, probably 51 came from general fund, but the rest of it was emergency ARPA money that was covering all of that. We're going to be, we're quickly running out of our ARPA funding. So one of the things, talking to them about with pipes and maintenance, a lot of things are needed. They were expressing problems with the streets. I'm going to just quickly go through. This was one of their #1 priorities, and I could tell the very next day after our failed meeting last week, they were out there again on emergency at Balsam and Ross, and water was turned off in that neighborhood again. And so these are the kinds of things people are calling us about and talking about. And water, standing water from leaky manholes, often manholes with potholes. We see that all over town. This is at the corner of Ash and Sage, where they've been tearing up that line so much that they don't even put anything else in. It just has the dirt there. And what you see on the left side is like a collapsing road. Manhole, pothole. That's not a manhole. What is that called again? It's a monitoring. Right, okay. This was really bad. I think that this was on Ash, also driving down. If you can look at the bottom portion, if you can see where it's angled, that dark scraggly line, that's the pavement. From that dark scraggly line all the way over to that person's driveway was nothing but dirt. There's no road left there. And it goes pretty far down on Ash, that missing road. So just traveling down Truman, again, at the far bottom left, you can see where our paving isn't being done correctly. Something's crumbling underneath, because when you see those cracks in the pavement, something's going on underneath there that's not good. This was another manhole pothole. Here a curb is missing around this area with the fire hydrant, and I think this might have been right at the corner there at Truman. So Again, just crumbling roads, potholes, crumbling pieces of road just missing. I think this was the 600 block of Gunnison coming around the corner. There's no road there left. Not sure the exact areas these were taken. I know I did go down Sargent and High Street, or excuse me, Stevens Street. But again, the crumbling cracks, you see roads, parts of roads missing, and all of that just busted up infrastructure that we've got to fix. This is what our citizens, and we all are, right? We're all driving around on this. We're all going here. We're all going there. We're all experiencing it. So this is, I'm hoping and pushing and praying for that we can really make these, this is going up Stevens Street to First Street, a priority for helping fund our pipes maintenance and public works and parks so that they have the work that they need. Some of the questions became about other needs also with the parks, building maintenance, pipes, the cemetery, MOC, roads and streets, stuff that they're having problems with that they need addressed as well. So let me see where I'm getting to here. One of the other questions came in about driveway repairs, that some people have been waiting over 6 years when there's been work done on their street to get their driveway put back in. And then the hard part hearing from Pipes and Maintenance was the cost of that. They budgeted $50,000 this year. The cost for one driveway to get fixed is what I was being told was $25,000. So that means we got enough for 2 driveways this year. DOT is pushing curb and gutter by Good to Go, and it does require permits and traffic control. Parks is asking ADA accessible tables, concrete, they need electrical repairs, trash cans, cost now. Those permanent ones like we see at the Riverwalk, $1,500 each. All kinds of water lines needing repaired. Let me see, they were describing to me just the getting parts and pipes, just the PVC parts, the connectors, $1,000 each. One of what I was told was they were trying to get some parts to keep in stock, and it was just on one simple order was over $11,000. So talking about needing a road mill and lay down machine is going to be about $500,000. Problems we're having with oversized loads going through and breaking our lights and dealing with that with the Department of Transportation. So one of my questions started to, and their priority in talking to Public Works, Pipes, Maintenance, and Parks, their priorities, they had 2 work area priorities, but they're really wanting to see ways that we can start to work on these projects proactively instead of reactively. And so one of the things we had talked about was finding potential funding. Before I get to that, one of the things they talked about was, I'm asking, do we have GIS mapping like from Jacobs and from Wilson for any pipes maintenance work that's come in? Because we don't seem to have a way to maintain what we're doing, to track where we're doing the work. So there's a lot of questions. Where's the manhole? Was this sewer done here? When they're looking at some of the GIS information Jacobs had given them, it seems like maybe some of it is incorrect. So I talked with Acacia at the county, and she talked to me about a really interesting the programs that they're using. I'm going to lose my notes on it, but what it starts with is, and I'm going to ask to consider that we consider and recommend what's called a geotech study. So it's my understanding that a geotech study can be done. We'd have to do a bar in this year to try to fund that in order to have it prepped for next year. The geotech study does all the identification of all our sewer lines, our water lines, our manholes, all of our routes and accessible. And then they map it. So this can be put into a GIS mapping system like they have at the county, but it can show layers. So it can show your water infrastructure, like you're really looking at the pipes and where things flow and where things are at. So one of the software that they use or program that they use, I believe, is called Eagle View, and that does things in the layers for them. One of the cool things she showed me was helping respond for, just when Chief was here talking about the active shooter drills, they can go in on this Eagle View and look at the buildings on the schools and get a 3D image on them. So if there's an area that's blocked off that's not accessible, they can help with all that emergency planning by finding access routes into the schools and such. So it would take something that somebody would have to maintain, but I think that we really need to look at, you know, we're doing a lot of big projects and big things, but our citizens want their sewers repaired, they want their roads repaired, and they want their water to not be turned off 4 times a week. We've really, as a city, got to make these types of things a priority in our infrastructure. Our bigger projects we're going to talk about today are coming, those 2 big projects, but we've got to find a way. How do we budget to find the way to get this money there? 2 ways. We had record-breaking gross receipts tax in July, 1.1 million. If we have been taking the 2004 GRT of 0.125 and setting that aside, last year with all our GRT, we could have set aside approximately $400,000 for infrastructure. If we were to take 10% of our enterprise, water and sewer enterprise funds, which is supposed to go to all of this, but we use for operation, if we were to take that money, even 10%, there's say $600,000. That's $1 million in 1 year for proactive work on our city's infrastructure to help our pipes maintenance and our crews who are working overtime and doing a very hard job with not all the resources that they need. So I just, if anyone else wants to add anything, I want to thank you for your time, and thanks you to the department heads that met with me to discuss this and to go over it. I'm really hoping we can really focus on ways to make that GRT line item separate, to have the money for infrastructure, and then look at a percentage of our water sewer enterprise funds to be line itemed aside again for city infrastructure. We can get started that way, and I think it's a good beginning. And thank you. If anyone has any further comments or questions, or thank you. I'm done.
Comments from the council. Councilor Rodarte.
Is the county Beverly willing to kind of give us a presentation of the system that you're talking about?
They don't do any kind of pipe or maintenance infrastructure on theirs. The only thing she could really show me in Eagle View was the way that they can do the 3D in any structure, any building, anywhere in the county, look at everything from all angles and then go into a 3D view of it.
But that's like a planning resource, right?
Yes, it is. And she maintains it for the county, so if it's something we were to invest in the future, first of all, we need the geotech study. We got to help these guys know exactly where the pipes are, where the manholes are, where things are at, and get that mapped in. Then as they go in and do the maintenance work and change things up, you do need a person, an individual who would work probably closely with Jorge to do this, to maintain the actual software to make sure everything's getting entered correctly. And that way we have the maps. It's all there.
That's pretty much the majority of complaints that I get is our infrastructure, the potholes, the water problems. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a good thing. No further comments.
Councilor Garcia.
Yeah, the other thing, that you're talking about is our citizens, they just got their water bills and it's probably high and they're wondering what's happening. Do I have a leak or did the price go up again? But yet we still have these water stoppages. And I know what we also have to identify is the limitations of our public works department. Like, I know we're getting close to the end here where we can't do any more paving for the rest of the year. A lot of these potholes and problems are because they were told to do paving during the winter months when they probably shouldn't have been doing it. And that makes conflict in between the departments. I'm glad our Public Works Director is there because, you know, the water department has to go out there and fix a leak, and they put it back, and the street department's supposed to go fix it, but the ground's not ready. Well, it's not ready because the water department knows they're gonna have to go dig it up again. So, you know, if we could do this proper planning ahead of time, Victor, I thought there was a modeling program I know you and I believe Mark Teshma were looking at the time. I don't know if you decided if that's worth a while or not, but that was one that we could help do this forecasting, you know, so we could plan ahead. Like I said, our Public Works Department is limited compared to bigger cities. You go to Albuquerque, they got millions of dollars so they can hire, you know, the contractors to do that. We're limited here, and also our resources. I know there's an issue with C&E where we get our hot mix, you know, where we get that as far as contracting. Do we, you know, get additional bids? Are we able to do that? And of course, it's not cost effective, but sometimes that puts a wrench in the things, that slows things down. So I believe with, again, proper planning, thank you for presenting this, because I know that's, most of these streets are District 2. That's where a majority of the population is. So I'm glad that we went away from looking at the roads politically and asking our Public Works what roads need to be done, not a road in each district, but which roads need the highest priority. I think if we continue to move in that direction, look at our budget, forecasting correctly, we could take care of these problems. Because again, the same like you, Councilor Rodarte, the biggest questions and I get is fix the street, fix the water. That's all I have.
Thank you. What we do put into from our water infrastructure every year is because we have to pay back loans. So out of that money that we're getting, like we only have whatever 150,000 that we're putting into some pipes, but we're actually dumping 900 and some thousand or $1 million worth of loans. Is that correct, Victor? Out of the GRT and the water infrastructure funds?
Yeah, it's a little bit more than that.
Yeah. So we are putting money by the wastewater treatment plant, by the new design of this PRV. So we are trying to improve our city with the water. We know it's a big problem. George and Mike, you guys are doing a great job, buddy. I would have never done that to you guys and pointed that all out to you guys. You guys know what the problem is, and I know you guys are taking care of it, and we're going to try to find you some more funding for that. But you guys are doing a good job. I see you guys all the time. I mean, that's not nice to do that to you guys. You guys are doing a great job, and I know we're going to get better. All right, we are on 1.9, discussion action approval of NWNM's COG Technical Grant Writing Service Agreement.
So the City of Grants was awarded the capacity building grant in the amount of $30,000 this year. Last year we did get $50,000, and what it's used is to allow local governments and local council of governments for grants management. We are asking for approval for the Northwest New Mexico City Council of Governments to continue assisting to develop applications for grant funding for the City of Grants per the attached agreement in the amount of $30,000. Are there any questions?
Councilor Michael?
No questions.
Councilor Rodarte?
No question.
Councilor Garcia?
No question.
Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the Northwest New Mexico Council of Governments Technical and Grant Writing Services Agreement for what, 30,000?
Yes.
Second?
I'll second.
Roll call, Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Rodarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you, that'll pass.
Thank you all for your
Shannon.
support.
All right, we're on 1.10, discussion action approval amendment, event day of American Legion Rider Chapter 18 event, Bikers versus Bull. Mr. Dean, how are you doing, sir?
Right, how are you?
Doing all right.
Mayor and council, thank you. This really isn't my part, but everybody's working today since it's in the afternoon. So the reason we changed the date on the original Bikers versus Bulls was, as you all know, all of the BS that was going on that happened in Red River. And then they changed the original dates for the bike rally they had set up for August. So we didn't want to be involved with the bike rally because being a veterans organization and having it at the American Legion, we didn't want to have to actually put into effect of no colors and different things like that, because American Legion riders do wear colors too. And so by not doing that, I think you all witnessed the bike rally was a flop, but we had almost 400 people that showed up for Bikers versus Bulls. And I think the chief of police will verify we didn't have any problems. We didn't have anything that I know of. So at this point, in order to make everything right, we need to amend it from the 15th. We had it set up for the weekend of the 15th. We changed it to the 29th, 2 weeks later. And we did have the event. Like I said, it was good. And I know we put more heads in beds than the rally did.
Thank you, sir. Comments from the council. Councilor Michael.
Okay, so you had the event?
Yes.
It just didn't happen on the date that was in your original proposal?
Right.
So you're just sort of retroactively approving the date change?
Right.
Okay. No questions?
Councilor Rodarte.
No question.
Councilor Garcia.
And there's no legal reason we can't do this?
It's in the ordinance.
It's the ordinance, so they already had the event, but there's nothing that says we can't approve it?
There's nothing that stops you
There's
from
nothing.
approving it.
Okay, good. And there was no difference in money or anything?
No.
like that? Amount? That's all I have.
Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion for approval of amended event date for the American Legion Riders Chapter 18 event, Bikers versus Bulls.
Second.
I'll second it.
Roll call. Councilor Michael.
Yes.
Councilor Rodarte.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mayor and council. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're on 1.11, discussion action approval, Old Grants Water System Improvements Notice of Awards to TLC Company. Hello, Shannon.
Hello. So we finally got approval from USDA to go ahead and get notice of award for our Old Grants water system improvements. So before you is, of course, the Old Grants Water System Improvements Engineers Award recommendation. We went out to bid in April 2023 for the Old Grants Water System Improvements for base bid, which is Santa Fe Avenue from Iron to KFC, as well as an additive alternative. And if you look on the map that was provided to you in your packets, the added alternative, if you notice, it is the main water line that goes to Zuni Canyon. We have to stop it, though, due to limited funding at just before I-40, unfortunately. So it would go over the railroad tracks behind Diamond G that way and then stop just before I-40 due to the limited funding. We received one bid on May 23rd, 2023 from TLC Plumbing and Utility. And in review of the bid received due to limited funding, we did hold negotiations, and they submitted a revised bid to include base bid as well as a reduced scope of the additive alternative 1, because originally it was supposed to go past I-40 towards Zuni Canyon. Wilson and Company has presented their recommendation to award TLC the construction contract for the Old Grants Water Improvement base bid, as well as the reduced scope of work of additive alternative 1 in the amount of $3,393,096.50, excluding NMGRT. Now, this is coming, of course, USDA funding in that, and looking at our, and give me 1 second here, I apologize. We do, after everything that's already been done in that, once we pay back our RCAC loan in that, and any invoices, we do have $4,083,263.60 for construction. Any questions?
Counselor Michael.
The bid was award is for $3,393,000.
$3,096,50 excluding NMGRT.
Excluding GRT.
Yes.
And this is USDA funding?
Yes.
And the city has match or?
So, give me 1 second here and pull out the funding agreements. I apologize. So, with this, and I want to make sure I have the water. So with this, with the USDA funding, $3,323,000 is loan, and grant is $1,599,000.
So what's the loan amount?
The loan amount is $3,323,000.
For how many years?
And that. I apologize, I don't have that in front of me because we've been paying back, of course, the RCAC. I want to say it's 20
Okay, thank you.
on those bonds. Do you remember? I can't remember on the bond when you approved the bond bid in February exactly how many years it was. And I apologize, I didn't bring that file with me.
And then this is getting us to I-40, so it's not
It'll
going to go
get
all the way
all
out
of
to
San.
Zuni Canyon?
No, it only gets us to I-40 on the additive alternative one, but it does get us the base bid from Iron to KFC.
Okay. And that was cut short because of
Funding.
Funding. Okay,
Yeah.
thought you said that.
Unfortunately, altogether, it was like 11 million.
Okay. So we'll need to try to do that at a later date?
Yes, we are
Okay.
already, hence it's number one on our ICIP and
Okey-doke.
for the gap funding for the rest.
More questions?
Counselor Rodarte?
Shannon, by the improvements, you're saying, are we putting bigger lines there?
They are redoing the entire water line. They are putting a bigger line going from, from where, in front of Sonic, going down towards Zuni Canyon.
Towards Zuni.
And that, the line going towards Zuni Canyon, that is going to be a bigger line.
Okay, it's like a 10-inch line, right?
I want to say it's a 10 or a 12, actually.
I know that I had pushed for a 12 when we first discussed
Yeah.
it, and eventually we're going to cross I-40
Yes.
and into Zuni Canyon, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're going that direction. Thank you, Shannon.
Yes, you're welcome.
Counselor Garcia?
And that includes the fire hydrants and everything?
Anything water, it includes new taps, any valves, anything that needs to be replaced along the way.
And there was only one bid?
There was only one.
So this is stuff that you guys like start to learn the ICIP because we're short on funds. So, you know, when we go up to the Santa Fe next year, you know, this is something that we really want because we want to get to the other side of the road because it brings the opportunity to us for some industries to come in on the other side. So this is kind of like we do put money into our funds. So now we're going to have another loan of 20 years of $400 and some $1,000 a year, maybe. So this is what, you know, it's coming out of our water infrastructure. So we're budgeting for this, so we are actually doing stuff with our money. I mean, it's big chunks. Alrighty, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval of Old Grants Water System Improvements, Notice of Award, TLC Company, amount of $3,393,096.50, excluding NMGRT.
I'll second.
Roll call, Counselor Michael?
Yes.
Counselor Rodarte?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you, that'll pass. Thank you, Shannon. And you're next. Discussion action approval, Old Grants Sewer System Improvements Notice of Award, TLC.
Okay, So the next one is, of course, the Old Grant Sewer System Improvements Engineers Recommendation of Award. So, of course, same thing, we went out to bid on April 23rd for the Old Grant Sewer System Improvements for base bid, which is Santa Fe Avenue from Iron to Corley's, right in front of the Corley dealership, as well as additive alternatives. On May 23rd, the city received one bid from TLC Plumbing and Utility. In review of the bid received, due to limited funding, negotiations were held with TLC, and they submitted a revised bid to include base bid as well as a reduced scope of additive alternative 1. Additive alternative 1, and I know this isn't a very good map to identify where the additive alternative is, but it basically, of course, Santa Fe Avenue, Iron to Corley's, but it's also including High Street and from 911 to Gold and Santa Fe Avenue, that little encircle right there, gold and silver and that, because as you know, those are the areas we've been having our sewer issues lately. So we are going to do, when we reduce the scope of work, we wanted to include that area as well, since those are some of our bigger problems. So we are asking for a recommendation, and that for, to approve Wilson and Company's recommendation of award to TLC, the construction contract for the Old Grant Sewer Improvement base bid, as well as the reduced scope of additive alternative 1, in the amount of $3,185,383.90, excluding NMGRT.
Comments from the council. Councilor Michael.
This again is loan.
It is, let me pull the sewer one up, sorry. This one is a loan amount of $3,008,000 and a grant of $1,968,500. And of course, after all the fees and everything in that which we have gone through, for construction, we will have $3,691,138,060 left.
Okay. And borrowing money, I guess, and I can just speak later about it, but I think we need to really take a long look at what our overall long-term debt for the city currently is. But I am glad these projects are getting done. They're long overdue. Thank you. No more questions.
Councilor Rodarte.
And this again is a replacement of all the sewer line there, right?
Yep, sewer line, manholes.
And that's not,
Taps, sewer taps.
it's not a bigger line, it's just the same line that's being replaced?
It is the same size of line and that, but it is going deeper.
Deeper?
That it is going a little deeper on
Okay.
Santa Fe.
That's all I got.
Councilor Garcia.
Is the plan, do you know, to run these projects concurrently?
Yes, it is.
It's, okay.
Yes, it is.
So there you go again. We got another loan. So you're going to be, our GRT's good, which it's showing. So we're looking at another $600,000 worth of loan that we're going to have to pay back going into your water sewer infrastructure. So we are putting water and sewer into our plans, community. Thank you. So with that, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the approval of the Old Grants Sewer System Improvements Notice of Award TLC Company in the amount of $3,185,383.90, excluding New Mexico GRT.
Second.
I'll second.
Roll call. Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Rodarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you, Shannon. That'll pass.
Thank you all very much.
That's a big move. Thank you.
Good to see it coming to pass.
Yes, sir. All right, we're on 1.13, discussion action approval of golf cart purchase or lease from MASEK Rocky Mountain Golf Carts. Hello, Kim. It's been a while since you've been here. We can put you on the budget more. Hey, the course looking good. The places that need to be green are green. Good for you.
That rain's real good, huh?
Yeah. We're getting there.
We're trying. All right.
Welcome.
Hi, Mayor, Council. We have, our lease is coming up. It was last signed in August of 2018. Now, I believe in your packets, you guys got the old contract. I don't know if you guys did. And it didn't state that we can buy the carts, but I do have a letter from Masks Rocky Mountain Golf Club for the purchase of them for one of our options. So right now, we're currently leasing 60 29 Yamaha gas carts. It was a 5-year term. Our monthly payments were paying $3,553, so we've paid in total in the last 5 years $183,180, which the option to buy them out is the $1,115,523.50. So right now we do maintain the carts ourselves. We change the oil and service all the spark plugs, the air filters, and we have the insurance on the carts. So if we buy them out, total costs that we'd end up paying for all these carts would be $2,998,703.50. Option 2 is the new contract, which we would get the exact same carts. The only difference would be instead of 2019, they'd be 2024. But nothing's changed technology-wise. It would go back to a 5-year term. Monthly payment would go up to $4,606. So I mean, we're looking at a difference of almost $1,300. Now we will not get them in right away. We won't get them till spring of 2024. They are offering that if we go with this option, we will not make a payment until we receive those carts. So we're looking at 10 months before we pay for those carts. Questions?
Kim, you've been there since these cars have been here, right?
Yes, so we used to own electric carts. And when I came 5 years ago, I did my research on gas versus electric. Yes, we do pay for fuel, which we don't pay too much. We fill them up once a month. It costs us about $1,300 to fill them up. A little less than that, depending how low they get. During the wintertime, we only fill them up probably once. So the gas engines will last us longer than the electric. When we kept the electric carts, 5 years ago, under Mayor Hicks, we ended up changing batteries twice, and we spent some money. I mean, now you're probably looking at $2,000 per cart because they had 6 batteries. Oil changes and stuff like that, I think, cost us $28 a cart. So sometimes the spark plugs are still good, so we just change oil. And it's a quart, so, just depends on how you guys want to go.
Comments from the council? Councilor Michael.
What's your recommendation?
I would recommend keeping them. I mean, they're good carts, they're well taken care of, and the gas would last us longer. So, I mean, in the long run, we wouldn't be paying that extra money.
And it's my understanding under the current one, they don't do maintenance anyway. You guys do it all.
Correct.
So this is a good idea. Thank you.
The only thing that we wouldn't get is the warranty, but I think we've only used it once, and that was to replace seats.
Thank you. No more questions.
Councilor Rodarte?
No questions.
Councilor Garcia?
So do you have a mechanic? You don't have a mechanic there, so that would go back to our
So we
MOC?
have a cart mechanic. He works part-time with the carts. If they have issues, I send him down there. And then if they don't, he's out in the field with us mowing and stuff.
And the carts we have right now, are they all good?
They're all good. I mean, a few cosmetic things here and there because they're blue, but I mean, the company has given us the touch-up paint to fix the little scratches.
But they all run fine?
Yes.
Because I saw that part of if we go with the lease, is we would turn these carts in.
Correct.
And get like a trade-in.
Correct.
And because it's not happening till June, we would get use of these carts until
Yes.
then? But again, your recommendation is just buying these outright and doing our own maintenance and keeping them.
Yes. In the long run, it would save us a little money.
Okay. So,
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, I can't remember if this was budgeted or not.
No, it was pending her presentation to council and council's appetite toward it. So it will be, depending on what's approved today, it'll go on the next FAR.
Because we just budgeted the $4,000 a month.
Right.
do they have that in their budget, the golf enterprise fund?
No. The Golf Enterprise Fund is one that the general fund has to contribute to, and I think for fiscal '24, it's about 500,000 that the general fund has to add in just to sustain it at its current.
If we go with the, we turn these ones in and then we pay a $4,000 every month, what's it better for the city? I know we have funds, but we would have to do a bar, but is it better to take it little by little and get new ones?
Kim, what was the amount of the buyout?
115, 523.50.
So it's mostly just doing a comparison of the cost for the next term. How much longer do you think these carts will last with proper maintenance?
So talking to him, they'd last another 10 years.
Oh, no joke.
So I would say
At least double, huh?
the buyout would probably be good, but it would require, the bar. So the general fund would pick up that difference.
So is this an action or is this a discussion? Because we'd have to.
It's action.
It's action.
It's action. Okay, we could get new ones and it'd be a $4,000 a month, or you can purchase them for 115 and probably get 5 good years to 10 years. Can I get a motion? Or would you like some more discussion? Anybody?
May I ask another question
ma'am.
then? The 4,606 a month, and that's for an agreement of 5 years, correct?
Yes.
So that's like over $250,000, so just FYI.
I can
No more
take a
questions.
motion. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we go with Kim's recommendation and we buy these outright for $115,523.50.
2nd?
I'll second.
Roll call, Counselor Michael?
Yes.
Counselor Rodarte?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you. Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 1.14, discussion action approval of Cibola Arts Council FY '24 funding. Hello, how are you?
Mayor, Council, hi, I'm Leslie Smith. Brian Johnson, our new executive director, is out of the state right now, so I know he gave you a proposal, and I'm just here to answer any questions, if you have anything.
Yes, ma'am. Comments from the council? What are we, what's the amount?
I did want to point out that in the proposal, he showed you other funding sources that he was, searching for, and the county, of course, nixed all their funding, did not fund anything, and the Village of Milan, they actually closed their funding requests early in May, and so we missed that line. So basically, we do have our lodger's tax funding has been granted, that's in here. And that's the only funding that's been actually awarded.
Councilor Michael?
It appears by what's highlighted that the total cash amount requested from City of Grants is $33,849.60.
That would be if you were to move. We are I believe, one of the few organizations that are housed in the city building that we actually pay rent and all of our utilities. So if you were to remove that burden from us, then that's where the $33,000 comes in. If we want to keep with the rent and the utilities, then it would be the $47,000 that Marcia
That's what I was
was.
just looking at.
Yeah.
So your annual for rent and utilities is about $13,715. So currently, because you pay that, you don't want it coming out of your $33,849. So the total request is $47,564.60.
Well, yeah, our total rent is $12,000 by itself, yes,
Okay.
just for that. And then the utilities, of course, fluctuate.
Mhm. And the lodger's tax was $6,000.
Yes.
have no more questions.
Councilor Rodarte?
No questions.
Councilor Garcia?
No questions.
So Victor, we budgeted, because we budgeted last year's amount, right?
Right, so for all the outside entities, last year's funding amounts were used to get something in the budget. I would recommend next year that we have the entities do their presentations to council prior to us preparing the final budget. So that way we have an idea of what these requests are, so that when we run our first draft of the budget, we can include their amount, their full amount, see what it looks like, and then if we need to make cuts from there, we can do it at that point.
So what's our current funding amount for them?
$40,000.
No more questions?
Councilor Rodarte? Oh, did I already go through that? Okay, can I get a motion?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Before a motion is presented, regarding the rent and utilities, we would have to do more research, Ms. Nixon, I'll reach out to you about anti-donation. I think we still have to have some amount of rent, even if it's $1 a year. So I think that needs to be clear. We can't just waive the rent for the use of the property.
I believe that is legally correct, based on the procurement code and the anti-donation clause.
And we have paid you 1,000 so far this year.
Right.
Yeah.
Motion's out there.
I would make a motion that we approve the $40,000 as per budget for Cibola Arts Council.
Second?
I'll second.
Roll call, Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Rodarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you, that approves 40,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Council and Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day, appreciate it. Okay, we're on 1.15, discussion action approval Cibola Communities Economic Development Foundation FY24 funding consideration. Hello, Mrs. Yarbrough, how are you?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Eileen Chavez Yarborough, Executive Director of Cibola Communities Economic Development Foundation, and we are here to request the increase back to your traditional funding for fiscal year 24. Currently, we are at $25,000 a year, which allows you one elected official and a +1 from inside the city limits of grants.
Comments from the council? Councilor Michael?
What's the current, again? Let me get.
The current amount of funding is $25,000. The traditional amount that grants used to give was $64,000.
Can you talk a little bit more, because I know your proposal gave some specifics as to how that $64,000 would be used, and I liked the ideas. Can you, I mean, most of it seemed on outdoor rec. Can you speak just a little to that, because that's a big thing.
I can, so I don't have my application in front of me, but from memory, I believe we were going to look at continuing with a third scope of work for the Outdoor Recreation Initiative. At this point, we do not have a director hired. We are working with a private entrepreneur company that is providing work on a contract basis. We finished scope of work 1 now at the end of June. Scope of work 2 was presented and approved, and we're working on it now. And we hope to have that finished by December. And then we're actually reviewing we're putting together scope of work 3 so that we can start that in January. And then most of our efforts will be focused on business retention and expansion. We've purchased a new customer relations management software that has a business survey feature, and we will be reaching out to existing businesses not just in the city of Grants and Milan, but around the entire county. We do have partners that will be working with us, Grants Main Street and MSU Grants, our New Mexico Economic Development Rep, and the Chamber of Commerce. And so we're hoping to have a minimum of 50 visits this year to 50 businesses in the county. And then we will continue with our annual business lunch to give an update on what we've done, what we've been doing, and then we will be implementing a business-to-business network. It's much like the Chamber After Hours. However, we will not be hosting those events in Grants and Milan. We will be hosting them outside of those two city limits in order for them to be a part of all of the networking and such as well. So we'll be moving that event around and we plan for this year. And was there anything else on there, Councilor Michael? I'm trying to remember what I had on there. We are looking at how to, and I don't know if it's included in there, but it's, yeah, the infrastructure, working on Cibola Industrial Park to get that remaining 20 acres filled with a tenant. Now that there is broadband to the site, we believe we have a better opportunity to get another anchor tenant out there. Obviously working with the Village of Milan and then looking at another site possibly in the county for future development as well. We just received our FDI certification, which is foreign direct investment. That means that companies from Europe that come here would feel comfortable and safe in knowing that we are prepared and ready to host them if they were to choose to come here. We are also finishing up our Burlington Northern Santa Fe certification this year, and I'm waiting, let's see, Thursday I should hear if we get our economic development certification from New Mexico Economic Development Department. Yes.
What does that mean, SF1?
Burlington Northern Santa Fe, so they're the main transcontinental railway that goes through here. You go through a very stringent process to become certified, meaning much like the FDI certification, that you have everything in place for a rail customer to come in and get started and you know, whether it's construction, starting the company going, or if they need to build, everything would be on site, shovel ready to go. And then we have access to Burlington Northern's customer list to look at and to use to help us recruit a tenant.
Will you be working with anything regarding the hydro?
Yes, yes. CCEDF is working very closely with Greater Gallup Economic Development. The asset is in Pruitt. However, we, Cibola County, provide 95% plus of the workforce, and so we are partnering very closely on that. Currently, we have $200,000 from our Tri-State account committed to a master plan for the Pruitt Industrial Park, which will be located just south of the Escalante plant. That industrial park will provide rail and storage and anything needed for off-takers, supply chain users, and anything that would supplement productivity of hydrogen at Escalante and support recycling and further expansion and storage for BioPapel.
Let me think. So, and this is because I'm a board member,
Mhm.
but again, one of my requests in the recent past was an audit. Is that something that's going to occur for you guys?
Absolutely, yes. We have not had an audit in the past. However, we do have our 990 return prepared by a certified public accountant every year, and they give us the notes to tell us if we're on track or not. However, it is not an audit. This year, we are getting 3 proposals to have an official audit performed. It is now being required by all of the entities that we submit grant applications to. So we will have one conducted this year.
Thank you. No more questions.
You're welcome.
Councilor Ugarte.
No questions.
Councilor Garcia.
I hear talk about funding or help going throughout the county, and I see what's going on the west side of the village of Milan, a lot of industry going up there. The county didn't give any money, did they, right?
No, sir, not this year.
I'm wondering, how does this benefit grants, though? You're asking citizens of grants to input into this, but yet I don't hear what's going on in our town.
Sure. So you'll have to remember that my requests were submitted before we received an answer from the county, and so obviously that scope will be revised to take a lot of the things that would be happening in the county that excluded grants in Milan and be placed back into the city of Grants. While we do represent all of the county, most of our work this year would most likely be within the city of Grants in the village of Milan.
And I do understand, like Escalante and those, if there's jobs the city's going to benefit from. I do understand that. Now, when you were talking about the finances before, I know the last time we got a brief, there was an issue about some funding. Has that been resolved?
Funding as far as from our accounts?
Right.
Everything has been resolved and restored.
Restored?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. What did we budget last year, Mr. Villalobos?
25,000.
25,000. Any more comments from the council? I can get a motion?
What did we put in the budget this year?
25,000. It was the same amount as
The
last
same amount as last year.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we approve the request, there would need to be a bar, or?
Correct.
We could request a partial increase, right? It does not have to be that amount. The 64,000, we could request, or
Could, hear the council.
That's correct. I do think that having the funding, especially in moving forward with the outdoor recreation, because I do see that as a big part. Also knowing what's going on regarding our governor's work regarding the hydrogen hub, and them ensuring that that happens here in New Mexico and happens in our Four Corners state area.
Right.
There's already that agreement going on there. So all of those things are probably going to come to fruition.
We should be hearing sometime now in September who gets awarded for the hydrogen hubs.
Yeah.
So, and we're one of the top candidates.
And that's a big thing, again, for employing people.
Yes.
It's basically on par with the aerospace industry of what it can bring economically to our region of the country, basically.
Right.
And it's what I'm understanding is there's going to be 2 funded nationally.
Mhm.
And we're trying hard to get that one.
Correct.
Tri-State would be re-outfitted for a hydrogen plant.
Correct.
And there's all kinds of cool, really good science out there if anybody wants to look at it and read it. They're saying it is an interim for wind and solar, is having hydrogen as your backup.
Right.
A lot of people want to talk about nuclear as opposed to hydrogen, as that is what they consider the cleanest of clean
Correct.
in when we're doing environmentally, but people get scared of that.
Yes.
So I think that we need to fund it. Rick, so for grants, one of the things I always hope for and see our biggest potential, and what I've always loved in my entire life living in this community, is our outdoor recreation. In any direction, 15 minutes, you're at the lake, you're at the Mount Taylor, you're at Zuni Canyon Road, you're at the Zuni Mountains. It's we are missing it. The last presentation they gave at the brewery that time, that consultant group was amazing because he talked about 5 major trails that converge all right here in Grants.
Yeah.
So one of the best things to coincide with the Rugged West Rally and other events that we do is promoting outdoor recreation. That's where we're going to get and see our tourism, where we can help our community with tourism growth. It's big.
Yeah.
So,
And our focus in outdoor recreation is not just, the seeing and doing in outdoor rec and improving and increasing tourism. Our focus in outdoor recreation is how can we make or manufacture something that is used here so that we can export that and bring 51% or more of that income of new money into our county. That's economic development's goal. But the spin-offs of that is the see and do activities, the tourism, the heads in beds and all of that.
and that reminds me, because his presentation out there, he showed a couple of items that people were making.
Yeah.
That were something that could be produced, and again, it's something then that the hikers, the bikers, the trekkers use.
Right.
So, okay, thank you, I have no more questions.
Sure.
Just waiting on a motion.
I'll make a motion for approval of Cibola Communities Economic Development Foundation FY24 funding consideration in the amount of $40,000.
I'll second it.
Comments from the council?
I would think we need to fund the 64. Okay.
Okay, can I get a roll call, please? Councilor Michael?
I'm going to vote no. I think we need to fund the full amount.
Councilor Rodarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
No, the motion passes,
Yeah,
2 to
motion
1.
passes, yeah, okay. 40,000.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to remind you that with your $40,000 investment, you have one elected official, and now you have 2 plus 1s. They must be a business, a property owner, or a citizen within the city limits of Grants, but not in Milan or in Cibola County. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Alice. We're on 1.16, discussion action approval grants, community pantry, FY24 funding. Hello, Alice. How are you?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. This is Alice Perez with the Community Pantry. You have to excuse my voice. I'm coming off of a cold. We've asked for $25,000 this year, and with that $25,000, we plan to spend 100% of it on food for the citizens of Grants. This would allow us, at the current cost of food, 20,000 pounds of food, which means 5,000 pounds per quarter. This would service 2,300 individuals, but we are averaging 3 sign-ups of a family per week for the past month and a half, because the cost of goods has gone up literally for everybody, and I think we all know that. And that doesn't affect us in a positive way either, because our costs have gone up as well. And so this would, for the 4 quarters, service 2,300 people.
Comments from the councilor? Councilor Michael?
Okay, so my memo says you were asking for 35,000, but your proposal for funding is saying 25,000?
Okay, now I'm confused.
It is 25. That was my error.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay. I'll take 30. 35. Both of them would
Last
be
year we
good.
gave you 10,000?
10,000,
Well,
yeah.
we were approved for 10,000. We've made some adjustments within our accounting office because it turns out it wasn't even billed for. So the funding that we used to take care of the citizens of Grants came from other pockets of money.
Explain that, ma'am.
We had to make some adjustments in our accounting office because it wasn't billed for to the city of Grants. the $10,000, so it wasn't used.
Oh, it was not used yet?
No.
So it's just floating then, your 10,000?
Yeah, it wasn't used. We never billed for it.
So how does that work? Because I thought you were supposed to bill for it. Does it matter?
It closed out with the
closed
fiscal
out,
year,
Yes.
so
Mhm.
That's what I was
whatever
gonna
gets approved
say.
now will be allocated for current fiscal year.
Yeah. And that's, you know, that's on us. That's on us.
What was on budget?
10,000.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that's cool. You still have some money.
Do you guys have any other questions?
Councilor Michael still?
No other questions?
Councilor Rodarte?
So when are you going to be opening at your new facility?
As soon as we can get everything moving. We were physically there Friday, as these guys can attest to that. We moved over 6 tons worth of equipment into the storage containers so that we can start the process of building the cold storage.
So it'll be pretty soon?
Gosh, and we're hoping on October, because it's going to take close to a month to build the cold storage.
Mhm. Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia?
Without rehashing a sore subject, but the city has put a lot of money into this already. Have we received the reimbursements, Victor, for the, do you know?
For the other assets, no. There's about 500,000 pending reimbursement from the state for the final purchases that were made toward that grant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alice.
You're welcome. Thank you.
If I could get a motion.
I'll make a motion for the approval of the Grants Community Pantry fiscal year '24 funding for $25,000.
Second?
I'll second it.
Roll call. Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Rodarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
25,000. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we're on 1.18, discussion action approval of Northwest New Mexico Council of Governments FY24 funding. Mr. Vandenhout? Oh, did I miss Main Street? I'm sorry. Mr. Yarborough, 1.17, discussion action approval of Grants Main Street. After this one, I ask council if we could take a 5-minute break, please.
I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion and from voting on this matter. I currently now have a business on Main Street, and I'm just disclosing a potential for conflict of interest, so I'll sit back.
Thank you, Councilor Michael. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. My name is William Yarborough. I'm the Executive Director for Grants Main Street Project. Just want to remind you that we have an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding. It's a 2-year contract which states that the city would provide $35,000 towards the Grants Main Street project for a 2-year time period. We're in our 2nd year now. What's budgeted currently is for $10,000, and so I would eagerly ask you to increase that to the minimum amount stated in the MOU that you've all signed for $35,000. So if there's any questions you have, I'd be happy to answer those questions or do my best to answer them.
Thank you, Councilor Rodarte.
No question.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia.
I know part of that getting up to where you should be was the accreditation. Am I saying that right?
That's right. It's the right word. Whether we're affiliated or accredited, it should be the city's position to fund Main Street at that minimum amount. That amount covers the salary of the executive director. Without an executive director as the sole employee of the organization, no work gets done. What you often see about Main Street in the past 5 years has been high turnover of directors. There's been about either 1 or 2 directors per year since 2018-19, when I last held the position. And so as a result, we see businesses come and go. This past year, fiscal year, we had 7 businesses open and 6 businesses close. So we have 1 net new business, which is a great thing to have. Also within this past fiscal year, 2 businesses were able to receive small business grants as a result of me going out there, letting them know about the opportunity, helping them submit the opportunities. And so 2 businesses, T-Bones and Potco, received $5,000 worth of grant funding. Free money to them that they then make in sales in the city that then go back into the gross receipts tax and help turn this this great institution.
And the county, again, for the record, didn't drop their funding this year.
That's right. We had an initial, interim operating budget of about $94,000. We're now having to reduce that down to about $75,000. Right now, the city has approved through lodger's tax for $15,000, and with this $35,000, you'd be at about giving $50,000 total, and that covers more than half of our operating budget. So we are really looking towards the city to be, very supportive, not just fiscally, but then also philosophically in kind. If there's any other way the departments help, tend to work closely with the departments. I know I speak with Shannon probably once, twice, 3 times a month. So.
If I can get a motion, please.
I'll make a motion for approval of Grants Main Street FY24 funding in the amount of $35,000.
Second.
I'll second.
Roll call, Councilor Rodarte.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you, that'll pass.
Thank you, Council and Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Can I have a recess? If I can ask for a recess, please.
I'll make a motion that we take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, Councilor Michael.
Yes.
Councilor Rodarte.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll be back.
Motion that we come back into session.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call. Councilor Martin.
Yes.
Councilor Ugarte.
Yes.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes.
Thank you. We are back and it is 4:32. You were right, Fran, 3 hours. Okay, we're on the 1.18 discussion action approval of Northwest New Mexico Council of Governments FY '24 funding. Hello, Mr. Howard.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Brandon Howe with the Northwest New Mexico Council of Governments, here to again request our annual membership. I think this year we're requesting $50,000 to pay into the Council of Governments. One of the things that you will remember during our formal presentation during our outside funding meeting was, half of that 50 goes to help us get our base salaries, so bring in some of the federal funds to help us run our transportation program, to help us run our economic development program, and to help us bring in local government and DFA money to help us do some regional projects. The rest of that 25 goes to direct services for the city of Grants, and so we're increasing that from our previous request of last year, which was $40,000. We're increasing that $10,000 to $50,000. As you recall, one of our goals at the Council of Governments is to build the Cibola County Members Fund up to a point where we can hire an individual planner for the Cibola community. And so as of right now, it's kind of just me and Evan and a few other staff members based on projects, based on expertise. But in theory, we're trying to build that up through all 3 communities, get to a level so that we can have someone here in the community full-time doing Cibola County work. And so with that, I can, stand for some questions. I can highlight a few things that we anticipate working on in the fiscal year, if you guys would like.
That makes sense because like our projects, they're constantly growing, there's this spider web of funding sources, and it makes sense that you guys would want a local person finally, You want to move? Just kidding. Yeah, I know you want
I'm from Pruitt, so I can move halfway.
You're not far away.
There you go, buddy. But, I appreciate what you guys do for us.
I did want to highlight a few things. We focus on, not just grant writing, right? And so that's a big part of what we do. As you guys recall, we were able to bring in $9 million last fiscal year for the city of Grants. But we also focus on planning. One of the initiatives right now that we're working on with city staff is trying to get that comprehensive plan updated. We submitted a grant application to the New Mexico Finance Authority for $50,000. Did a couple tricks so that we can get full grant, no match. So we're hoping to get that $50,000, leverage a little bit of city funds to bring that up so we can do a full update, do an analysis of the interchanges, and then do a lead ordinance update to fit the framework of that comprehensive plan and the economic development section.
Well, on that comprehensive plan, though, we are adding the master trail plan in that one, right?
We're going to try to incorporate as much as we can. We have had internal discussions about, what it would take financially, because it is only a $50,000 grant to bring that up so that we can achieve what we want to achieve in that trails and open space section. We're also engaging in a comprehensive safety transportation plan funded through the New Mexico Department of Finance, or Department of Transportation, sorry. We asked for $15,000 from the City of Grants and the Village of Milan to help us match that. In return, we got $120,000 from the state, and so we're going to do a transportation plan. Hopefully, it will identify a priority of road projects that we need to implement. Again, these are, different than your usual maintenance projects. These are, full build, full depth reconstruction projects that we're looking at, targeted at safety enhancements. In partnership with Cibola County, we're going to be initiating the drainage master plan update. We've utilized that plan for the last 10 years. The City of Grants has reaped a lot of benefit from that plan. They probably utilize that plan the most out of the 3 entities. So Cibola County's effort is going to help update that plan and allow us to move forward onto the next stages of drainage improvements and grants. Projects, again, we heard about it, water, roads. One of the things that we'll mention, and we work with multiple entities, right? So we try to balance necessary infrastructure with quality of life amenities. And so that's one of the things that all entities kind of struggle with is, do we put all our money into hard infrastructure and let our parks go bad and our civic centers go bad, or do we try to find a balance, And so what we try to do at the Council of Governments is take whatever funding that you guys have, leverage it so that you're increasing your money, implementing projects. Again, there are some random sources that pop up, right? And they fit a project that is in the ICIP. So, we target funds based on what's on that list. We try to work with the entities to improve their communities, but we also try to leverage as much money as we can for the entities. Again, the last thing is we're a regional entity. We do economic development. The $50,000 gets you access to 2 certified economic developers, Michael Sage and Evan Williams. It also gets you access to our entire staff, basically. But I'm the lead planner here in Cibolo County for the time being. We also work with, big projects, right? You spoke about the hydrogen effort in Pruitt. Our office is heavily involved in that. We're also assisting with the Milan Industrial Park in Milan, but it's going to benefit the entire Cibolo community. And outdoor rec. I think our office brought in Jim Glover to help with kind of the branding initiative to take a look. We're also implementing trails in the Zuni Mountains. And so we're also taking a look, comprehensive approach to outdoor rec as well. And so that I can stand for any questions.
Councilor Michael.
No, your documentation was excellent. Give us a lot of information of what you do. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you, Councilor Ugarte.
No questions.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia.
Just, so you mentioned something, so the ICIP isn't like a ruling document. If it's not on there, you can't fund it. If you said if you find something, it may not be on there, but this is a good thing, you can bring it.
It's the foundational planning tool for
Right.
infrastructure development for all the communities in New Mexico. And so, one of the things I will say is, there is an amendment process to the ICIP. We try to get everything that we try to project for the year to the best of our abilities with the funding sources that we know of. Sometimes things pop up out of nowhere. An example was a Creative Industries grant that popped up this year, funded through the state legislature this year actually. And, we thought we had a project, we talked about it. At the end of the day, we felt like we weren't ready. We didn't have a full grasp of what we needed. And that project wasn't on the ICIP, but we thought about submitting for it. And so, our office, what we do is we consult with the managers and the staff. We bring things up. Hey, we think this would fit this. What are you guys thinking? Is it a priority? Do we need to pull the trigger? Or do we need to take a step back and reevaluate? So, yep.
Thank you for that. That's
Yeah, one good thing is Shannon had been working with Wilson on the Future Foundation. Council approved cannabis tax to go do a PRA, a simple one that I think it was like $35 million, Shannon, to add gym, pool, just stuff for us. But that's something. Would that be something that we would eventually put in our ICIP plan?
Yes, sir.
To try to get that funding, because it's $35 million. But I mean, if with you guys, the help with it, it's like we can develop a plan to get there. And so.
Yes, sir.
Just ask you.
Yeah, once that, master planning effort kind of gets a little further, we'll start to see some real projects that are coming about. Obviously, there's a need there for just large regional recreation efforts. But as soon as we start getting a little further into the planning process, we can definitely add some of those projects, whether they're individual or whether they're grouped into a large projects in that way. So a lot of it starts with, long-range planning, master planning, comprehensive plan, transportation plans, all of those things. They all inform the ICIP, which then, as Shannon presented, informs kind of the staff's fiscal year, right? The focus of projects that they need to work on. Obviously, that's specific to infrastructure, but those long-range planning efforts really inform that process there. And so master planning is just another planning effort that would inform that ICIP.
Thank you very much for saying, like a fine balance. Like
Mhm.
how do you do infrastructure with quality of life? You know, it has to go hand in hand, because if you do this, then your quality of life, so it really has to balance out. So that's what you guys do for us, so thank you very much.
I did want to mention before I step away that this is separate from the ISA that you guys approved earlier. That ISA is $30,000 that'll come to the Council of Governments, but in turn, we issue that right back out to consultants to get grant applications written for you guys. So just kind of alleviating some of the administrative burden that program will bring, taking it on through the Council of Governments.
Can you get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion for approval of Northwest New Mexico Council of Governments FY24 funding in the amount of $50,000.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Roll call. Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Ugarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
We're on 1.19, discussion action and approval of Rockin' 66 Transit FY24 funding. How are you?
Busy. If you see me stepping out, that's because I'm dispatching as well, so sorry about that. So prior we were cut, we used to get 52,000 from the city of Grants. We're currently getting 35,100. When we got those cuts, we got rid of the dispatch position, and I took over that. So I'm not only the director, dispatch, and I also fill in for the drivers if they take a day off.
How are you growing? How are you growing with what you have? And what's the budget look like?
Well, we haven't cut any trips. So if I do have a driver off, I fill in. I'll put my headset on, I'll take the schedules with me, and I'll do what we can. And we are growing. Our numbers are growing. Mind you, we're doing more trips. When I took over, there was 5 drivers. We're doing more trips with the 3 drivers than we were with the 5.
Wow.
So they're kicking butt. They are. But with that increase, we need to give them the money they deserve. So I'm just asking for that increase back.
Because what we were giving before the cut?
52.
We were giving 52. Comments from the council? Councilor Michael?
You guys provide a really good service, so we need
Thank
to
you.
fund you. Yes, no questions.
Thank you, Councilor Ugarte.
So what you're asking for is 52, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia.
And there's a lot of usage
Yes.
of the service, and a lot of it's within the city of Grants, right?
The majority right now is 73%.
Because
I was-
you're headquartered out of Milan,
Yes.
if you will, right? But
Yes, but the majority of the trips are in
and
grants.
again, your county funding was cut.
No,
did-
no. The
did they?
county, the village, and the city all have been funding us,
So they continue.
Yes, and we actually signed an MOU with them so we could get the continued support. So I was actually wanting to see about that as well going forward.
Good.
Yes, I got funded full from them. And I know Victor had mentioned too, going forward, maybe sitting down and asking for our funding up front. Like right now, I'm doing my fiscal year 2025. So I reached out to him for a letter of intent. So maybe even going forward after the letter of intent, when you guys are preparing for your budget, if I could sit down and, give you the amounts right away.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Can you get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion for approval of Rockin' 66 Transit fiscal year 24 funding for 52,000.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call. Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Ugarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the service you provide.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we are on 1.20, discussion action approve resolution number 23-1827, budget adjustment with number 1, with attachment 23-1827-8. Mr. Villalobos.
Good afternoon, everyone. In your packets, I have included bar number 1 for this fiscal year and the supporting documents for each of the line items. And I just want to remind you, as we approve each of these bars, these are changes that we make to the budget. So these changes that were approved today, I will bring those to council at the next meeting, and then we'll adjust our fiscal budget with the state once those are approved. So when we increase these expenses, our revenue stream isn't projected to increase. We did budget conservatively on our revenue stream, so I'm hoping our GRT surpasses what we did, but as we increase these expenses, it further constricts that gap that we have between revenues and expenses. So I just ask council to keep that in mind as we approve expenses going forward. The first item is an increase of $95,000 to our reimbursements refunds account. We received 2 reimbursements this year. We typically don't put a lot in there. It's a revenue account, so I had set the budget at $20,000 because I don't want that. If I set it any higher, it becomes a big component of our revenues for fiscal year '24. So I don't want to overstate it and say we're going to receive X amount of reimbursement. So we adjust this throughout the year. So for the $95,000, we received a reimbursement from Fedco for an overpayment. They're the entity that manages the medical care for our inmates. And then we also received $80,000 from the Rio San Jose Flood Control District for the purchase of an asset that Shannon presented last month for the culvert. And so that's the first line item. And then the next line item I'm increasing is the expense account for the Rio San Jose flood project to reflect that $80,000 that we received. So I'm requesting that, or I'm including that adjustment there. The third and fourth item are for the New Mexico Clean and Beautiful grant that Shannon gets. The revenue amount is higher than the expense account because we received a reimbursement in FY24 that should have been for FY23, but the grant amount for 2024 was $26,300, so that one we do have a revenue and expense for that. The next one is the supplies and software for the library. This was an oversight on my part when we built the budget. I left this item blank and I didn't follow up on it, but we pay $4,000 a year for the security and firewalls for our public access computers. So that's what this was, why we're increasing this line item. The next one is the next 2 line items are the revenue and expense item. That's the COG grant agreement that Shannon presented earlier that was approved. So this is incorporating the revenue and expense since we have the fully executed funding agreement. And then the remaining items are increases in our salaries and benefits out of the general administration fund for the payout of our former city manager. I stand for any questions if there are any.
What's the total on the payout to this ex-city manager?
We paid, it was his salaries plus his vacation and sick payout. So with the 3-month payout of his regular hours, that was $22,771. The sick payout was $871, and the vacation payout was $11,078.66.
So is that the 33,000 total?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Councilor Ugarte?
No questions.
Councilor Garcia?
So the salary that would have been paid to the city manager this month, that wasn't paid to the interim, or was it, or?
So when the interim gets appointed, there, I think when it was Mr. Teschma was appointed, there was a 15% increase to their current salary. So they weren't, when they were appointed, they didn't receive the full amount as the city manager.
That's all I got.
Okay.
That was it.
That's it. Can I get a motion, please?
All motion for approval of resolution number 23-1827, budget adjustment number 1 with attachment 23-1827A.
Second.
I'll second.
Roll call. Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Ugarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Budget will pass. Thank you, sir. Okay, we're discussion action approval New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund, NMSIF, invoice for the amount of $340,277,000.
So before you is our annual invoice to the New Mexico Self-Insured Fund for payment for all our insurance policies that we have. I had erroneously stated on the agenda when I had sent it to Fran, the amount was $342.77. I didn't look for a couple lines down. It's actually $352,421. In comparison to last year, our premiums increased by 8% or $25,000. I mean, premiums are based on claim activity, so that seems like a nominal increase. We also added additional policies that were typically handled by our third-party agency that we were able to get cheaper with the New Mexico Self-Insured Fund. One of them was our airport, and the other was the insurance for the volunteer firefighters. And I recommend approval for payment. This is budgeted. It is in our fiscal year budget for '24, so it's a routine expense that we pay every year.
Comments from the council? Councilor Michael?
No questions?
Councilor Rodarte?
No questions.
Councilor Garcia?
No questions.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval of New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund invoice in the amount of $340,277.
Correct. Correction.
Oh, wait.
There's a correction. It is
352, right?
352.
Okay, let me do that again. Make a motion for approval, New Mexico Self-Insurance Fund invoice in the amount of $352,421.
Second?
Second.
Roll call. Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Rodarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we're on 1.22, discussion action approval Superior Ambulance Service subside increase.
So in your packets, I gave you a memo outlining what has happened over the course of the last month. Mr. Archuleta from Superior Service Ambulance will be here. Our lieutenants and our fire chief are here for questions also. So on August 11th, we received a notice of termination from Superior Service Ambulance pursuant to the current agreement in place that they provide a 30-day advance notice. Mr. Archuleta cites that the operating costs are the reason to terminate, his reasons to terminate the contract. I discussed this with Ms. Nixon and with the procurement specialist, and in the memo that I provided in your packet, there really wasn't a recommendation. It was more the facts of what we had in preparation for Mr. Archuleta's presentation today. So if any action is taken, given that the contract was unilaterally terminated by Mr. Archuleta, anything going forward would be considered a new agreement. If we do that and we do a new agreement, then since it's over $60,000 per year, we have to put it out for bid. And so then the question was, how do we, have ambulance service in the meantime? Because this will end on September the 11th. So one of our options is if we negotiate a contract with Mr. Archuleta on a month-to-month basis until the bid is awarded, we can do that under emergency procurement since it involves the public health safety. So other than that, I'll leave it to the lieutenant.
Well, you said Mr. Archuleta had a presentation, so.
I didn't realize there was that many people behind me.
They're all waiting on you.
You said 1, 2, 2, and we're all like, okay, I guess we're up.
So, I guess, Mr. Archuleta, if you want to discuss it, and then any questions for the council?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm Chris Archuleta. I am the CEO and the owner of Superior Ambulance. This is the first time I've ever had to do something like this in the 30 years I've been in business. Basically what's happening is, and I've presented all the information I can to you as far as budgets and options and different things like that, so that you can get a picture of where we're at. We're losing quite a bit of money. We're losing anywhere between $46,000 and $50,000 a month in our operation here in Grants. This is something that's been carried by our Albuquerque operation for the last year, and we just can no longer fund that without having additional subsidies and funding from the city. Now, just to paint a little picture for you, Since we've been here, the city has been our only funding source. I was negotiating with the village and with the county pre-COVID, and we were coming to an agreement, and then it kind of came to a standstill, and then COVID came, and it's been at a standstill since.
So Milan or the county don't fund nothing for you guys?
Nothing. We were near, pardon?
Did you serve them?
They're not under contract with us.
You served them?
I'd let them know, yes, that we would.
No, but they show up to Milan.
Oh, yes, we do serve them. And when we first came in here years ago, we were in negotiations with them, and it started out with a negotiation that they were going to match the city, and that was $10,000 per month. And then we were close to $20,000. It was the last time that we had had any conversation with them, and it's been quiet since. And I've tried to, since February of this year, tried to reinitiate conversations with them, and I've heard nothing but crickets up until recently when I provided notice. Now, my purpose for providing notice isn't to leave the city immediately or anything like that. It's to initiate negotiations between not only the city, but the village and the county, so that we can remain operational. That is the full purpose. I understand from Mr. Villalobos that we're going to have to look at possibly an RFP, but I believe that the RFP should include the county and the village included in the negotiations, so that we could meet the funding sources that we need in order to stay operational and continue to provide the same services we're providing you today. Without the funding, without the additional funding, then we need to look at stopping the bleeding in some manner. And the immediate way to stop the bleeding is to cut back one full-time ambulance, and that takes us right immediately into the black. I don't want to do that, but that's something I need to do because, like I said, Albuquerque can no longer fund this operation. But it'll keep emergency services here. It'll keep ALS paramedic services here while we go through the process. If we get additional funding, then there's always room for negotiation and for us to continue services and trying to do what we're doing right now. But at some point, we need to look at the other two being involved in funding. They were funding the previous ambulance service. All three, the village, the county, and the city were funding the previous ambulance service. The reason why we've fallen into this negative really has been because of COVID. We've had an increase in costs, a significant increase in costs, an increase in salaries. Everything's going up, and we pre-COVID, we were still in the red, but slightly in the red. It was usually about $5,000 a month because of overtime, but we were trying to control it. We'd minimize it as much as we can, but it went up just in the last 2 years from $5,000 a month on average to almost $50,000 a month. And so that's the reason why we're asking for additional funding. And like I said, I've presented everything that's in your package, including our accounts receivable. I've also put in there in the accounts receivable, you can see that nearly 70% of our revenue comes from Medicaid patients. And the Medicaid is the lowest reimbursing funding source. And we only get about 30% of what we bill from Medicaid. When we add the Medicare patients into the mix, we're very close to 90% of our patient transport mix is Medicare, Medicaid, and other government funding sources. And with that, we're getting around 42% collection. So it doesn't matter what we charge. We can charge $2,000 a transport. Medicaid is only going to pay $300. It doesn't matter what we charge. Medicare is going to pay $360. And so it cuts into what we're able to operate with, and your funding is very, very important to us. And it's unfortunate that I've not been able to come to an agreement with both the village and the county, but I'm hoping that this council can maybe bring them to the table, and we can get the three entities together to fund the ambulance service properly.
But you serve them and you don't get paid.
Correct.
It's a requirement due to PRC, yes.
You have to.
Yes.
But you would think, well, okay, well, what do you need? I mean, be fair, shoot. I mean, I get it, but be fair.
And I'm an open book. I mean, if you have questions after this meeting and you look at the budgets and you look at the accounts receivable and the call volume, if you have any questions, you're welcome to call me and we can talk about it. In the meantime, I'll be talking with the chief. I'll be talking with Mr. Villalobos. We'll be trying to come to an agreement to continue services. If we can't come to a negotiation, or I would ask if it's going to go out for RFP that you put it out immediately, so you can get it going as quickly as possible. But it doesn't matter on the funding sources need to come from the three government agencies. It can't come from one in the future. And we've been the sole bidder for the last couple of contracts. So we'll bid again, but we'll be bidding with the higher level. But I don't think that the city should be the sole financial source of funding. My personal opinion.
Mayor, may I ask a question? Mr. Archuleta, I just want to be clear about the timeline. The RFP from the City of Grants went out in June 2022, and you responded to that, correct?
Yes.
And you entered the contract only with the City of Grants on August 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you bid that based on your expected costs at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, I wasn't expecting the fallout that we've had over the last year and a half. I thought that after COVID was going to calm down and things were going to get better, that we would start seeing things lining up in a positive direction. Unfortunately, it's the inflation keeps going up, as you know. I know you're experiencing it with everything, and we're seeing the same thing. Our repair costs have gone up over 40%. The hourly rate for our mechanics, when we shop it out, we have our own mechanics, but when we have to shop it out, it's gone from $125 an hour to $185 an hour. Fuel has doubled on us, and so have tires and other petroleum products. So.
Have you ever received funding from any of the other governmental entities in this area to supplement this service?
No, the previous provider prior to my coming in was receiving funding from the other two, and then we entered into negotiations with them, and that kind of all went away.
And when was that?
We started in 2018. In 2019, late 2019, we had come to an agreement. It was going to go before the county commission because the village and the county were going to go into the contract together. And then COVID kind of came in 2020, and everything stopped from there. And we never heard anything. And like I said, in February this year, I resurrected conversations because we were seeing the losses and seeing how we can start getting additional funding with them without approaching this council first. Figuring if we can get the additional funding from there, then we can measure and see where we are as far as losses or a positive gain, and then we can approach the city if necessary after. So when you look at the budgets, you'll see the high amount that I'm asking. It's one figure and it says city. It doesn't necessarily, that's what we need to sustain, but if you can get the village and the county to cooperate and commit to a part of that, that's the best thing for everybody.
Comments from the council?
So one of the questions I could see happening is how many of the calls are you responding to are in the City of Grants versus out in the county?
The majority of the calls are in the city.
Within the city.
Yes.
And
and I tried to explain that to Mr. Villalobos too, is that when you're looking at the funding sources, you look at utilization. So the higher the utilization, the lower the funding source should be The lesser the utilization, which is in the county and the village, the higher the funding source should be. So when you're looking at a percentage, because the reason for that is because you're looking at readiness and availability. So when you're staffing an ambulance full-time for less utilization, the costs are needed more from the entity than what's going to be offset by the collection rates.
I think what would make sense in funding is if we had a breakdown of calls per county, calls per Milan, calls per here, percentage-wise, and split up that $300,000 between all three entities.
We
instead of
we
the
can
city
try to
paying
work on something
everything.
like that by a zip code.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the village has a separate zip code than the
Yes,
city.
they do.
Okay, then we can get into our system and we can look at how we can break out the responses by zip code.
I think that would be the most fair presentation to include county and
That's what
village
we
and
would
helping
include
us
in-
with this $300,000 bill. So,
Yes.
thank you. No other questions?
Thank you, Councilor Rodarte.
Mr. Archuleta, have you engaged in any conversations with the county or the village lately?
I talked to the village a couple of weeks ago, right after we gave our notice, and actually we put the notice on pend right now because our intent wasn't to leave within 30 days. It was to get conversation going, and we're going to continue as long as there's conversation and there's positive movement forward. We'll continue services and we won't interrupt services. But the day after I provided notice, we heard from the village, and the village basically they said that they couldn't afford anything, basically. And then I heard from the county, and the county said that they would wait to see what the city's going to do. And that was the last of my conversations with both.
So is there anything, Victor, that we can do to work with the ambulance to see if the county is going to engage so that we can continue services with them?
We should be clear that the agreement between Superior Ambulance and us is between us and them. Any agreements that they make with the county and the village is between Superior and that entity. So I don't know how, because in your original request, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Tolta, but in his original proposal, the increase on our side to go from 120,000 to 300,000 was just for the city. I think the request from the county and the village was about 45,000 a month, so that was about 540,000 a year from them, plus our 300,000. And granted, that was the first number that, that there's negotiation stage, but any agreements with the ambulance service and the other entities, that's for them and their governing bodies to consider.
And you're mandated by the state to provide service no matter what,
To
right?
provide service no matter what, and they
who,
can
no matter
call, ask for mutual aid at any time, and I have to respond. The biggest issue is here is we can come to an agreement between myself and the city, but then if we don't get the additional funding from the county and the village, and they put me off like they've been putting me off for the last 4 years, it still leaves me in the red and in the negative. So we've got to somehow find a resolution between all parties, or we've got to figure out a way to keep services going as best as we can.
May I ask one more question? Mr. Archuleta, are you required to notify the PRC that you're withdrawing services from this area?
If there's a full intent, yes, I do.
And so that has not been accomplished yet,
They've
correct?
been notified that we have provided notice, but they've also been notified that I'm going to continue to provide service until there's a stalemate, basically. At that point, I would request to the PRC that they relieve us of the obligation to remain here due to financial issues.
How did you provide that notice to the PRC? Was it in writing?
Through my attorney, they notified them, and they also received a copy of the letter that we had sent.
Can you provide Mr. Villalobos and myself with a copy of that notice that was sent to the PRC?
I think it was verbally, honestly. I don't think it was in writing, but I'll check with my attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Chief, let's hear from you now. What do you think? Come on. You've been here forever. Yeah.
Before Chief speaks, so in preparation with the notice that we received, I mean, we do it based on what we have. So it was a notice of termination, so we pulled in our chief and our lieutenants, and we brought this up. So they've kind of devised their plan that if they need to take over, they will. But I'll let chief and lieutenants.
Really?
But that,
Sure, if you
let me
money,
caution.
wow.
As I say, let me caution there. It does. It'll be a lot of money. So.
I didn't know you had a bus in the back, hiding, waiting for.
We
the
do.
sun.
It's a checkbook that is attached to the treasurer.
Oh, God.
And, you know, if we have to provide service for our community, we were going to do so. I mean, that's emergency services. But curtailed is what they would be. We may not be able to provide enough service for the Village of Mon or the County of Cibola. But Mr. Sanchez still maintains the PRC license for operating in this area, and that is what makes him have to do the job. And if you come to the fire service and you say, hey, we need to do this, or if something happens and he says, I can't do this anymore, we're going to put a plan together, but there's going to be a dollar amount attached to it just to provide service for this community. And it's not going to be cheap. And I had a plan, and I've devised it in 2017 and gave it to the city manager back then, but it got zero traction because it was almost $1 million.
That was then.
That was then, that's correct. So, it's up to the council. If you have, more questions, I will tell you what we can and cannot do at this point in time. But I would urge you to try and carve out some deal with Superior, with the caveat that they go back to the drawing board with the county. Because, we are 60 to 80% of the calls, that's true. But there are still 20% of calls that are all the way to San Mateo, all the way down to Rema, going east toward the 100-mile marker. They supply service to many, many other folks in our area. And they're going to be needed. That's all there is to it. And they're already in place. But if you tell us to get the job done, this emergency service will get the job done.
Rest of the list.
Can I
Yes,
say
sir.
something?
Go ahead.
Now, don't we have other agreements with the county and the village, like for the incarceration of the inmates, the ones we take in from GPD? Don't we have a JPA?
Counselor, I couldn't answer that. I have no idea.
Chief Monty?
Oh, tag you it. She's going to spit out her gum so she can talk to us.
He was eating cupcakes.
They're disappearing by the minute. They are, so. If anybody needs one, there's still some on the table back there.
Can I approach the council?
Yes, sir.
The chief was telling you about the cost to operate an ambulance service, and you're welcome to call the EMS Bureau and talk to the chief of the Bureau. Him and I talked not too long ago because he was wanting to know also what was going on here. And he's well aware of what it costs to operate an ambulance service, and he can give you some insight. But the average cost to operate one single ambulance is $700,000 a year right now.
And you run 3, right?
We're running 2 right now.
2.
Yes.
Chief.
Counselor, yes, that's correct. We do have a JPA to
And-
house the inmates.
And is that with the county, and we agree with the county and the village, or is it all 3 of us negotiating with Core Civic? How does it?
It's through the county, through Core Civic.
Okay.
Yes.
So-
We have that. We have the agreement with the county for dispatch. We also have an agreement with the county through the Animal Control Care Center.
So it seemed like we should be able to have an agreement concerning the ambulance service. Because, I know a lot of the calls are within the city, but to go all the way out to Candy Kitchen and back, that costs a lot more than going to High Street, right? So there is a cost balancing there, even though it's less, it still costs more. That's what I'm trying to say.
So we have till September 11th for this?
That's
September
correct. The
is the
30
current
days
contract.
expires.
2 weeks.
It's already.
We'll be continuing services as long as we're in talks and everything's moving in a positive direction. And my intent is to stay here and continue services as best as possible. We may have to cut to one ambulance to stop some of the bleeding, but we'll do our best to provide the best services we can and stay operational.
So when you have two buses, you're providing those at the same time or just one?
Two at the same time.
Two at the same time, so
Yes.
you have staff for the both?
Yes.
So you would cut that one out?
Cut-
What does that
If I
do?
cut one out,
That puts us taking over transport when they're busy, which we do already right now. Because they're serving Milan and the county also. So whenever they're busy out there helping them, we take care of the city for free, basically. Besides us paying us on shift. I'm not gonna, I don't know, can I?
Yeah, come on.
Yes,
come on.
please.
I'm not gonna sit here and disagree with Ms. Sanchez, correct? Archuleta, sorry. Everything has gone up. COVID has caused everything, inflation. He's not wrong that they probably do deserve money. I'm not gonna say he's wrong. I think where he is wrong possibly is asking us to do the negotiations with the county to help us pay him. I feel like that's been a failed on their management and their company's side because they've been providing the service for free technically for 2018, 5 years if I'm correct. I wish it wasn't that way. I don't think that's how it should have been. They should be helping from the get-go. They should have always been helping. I do think that they should start helping. I don't know if it's some way that they could be in contact with the county for some kind of back pay that they probably rightfully deserve. We've been the ones paying. We have been the ones that have helped them. You know, like you said, ambulance going into the mechanic shop are expensive. You know, when they're down a bus or something happens, the city takes over and helps them for that. And I understand that, you know, inflation, like I said, has gone up, so he needs more money to provide the service. That's no question. Everything has gone up. But I do think that the negotiation is not entirely our fault that he hasn't gotten money from the county or the village. You know, you have meetings every month, if I'm correct, right? And it's been 5 years, and one of the meetings we had was via Zoom. I asked Mr. Archuleta that if he had been to any of those meetings, and it was a no. And maybe he wasn't aware of how it worked or something, but I think that we could help him in that direction to get that contract through the county and the village, not necessarily do the work for him entirely.
How come you don't ask to be on your agenda?
we were on the agenda in 2020, at the beginning of 2020, and it was brought up.
That's 3 years ago.
Yes, and then after that, COVID came in, and then meetings kind of stopped, and then it went away. We were checking periodically. My quality assurance coordinator, Scott Wilson, was talking to the county manager, and she kept telling him that it was going to get back on the agenda, but then it kind of went away, and then we were just dealing so much with COVID, things kind of went to the wayside. And then, like I said, I reinitiated contact in February, and never heard a word from them up until just a couple of weeks ago. And like the lieutenant was saying, we were in negotiations, and that was the onset when we first came in here. And we were in negotiations, and that was the beginning of the county manager's, she was just hired then.
Just hired, so that's what
Yes.
happens when a manager leaves.
Yes, so she was just hired, and so we were working with her, and then we were trying to get things moving forward. And
Austin, Sarah Austin had just got hired. I remember this conversation that you guys had done something, but then she left.
Yes.
And then it got lost. Same thing here. Alrighty, any more comments from the council?
So if we initiate a new contract with them, would they still be under that of the PRC that they have to service the village and?
That's a
Yes.
state PRC requirement.
Yes.
And that's part of their licensing with the PRC. In order to do a new contract, though, I advise this council to issue another RFP because it is such an increase from the current contract price that if you just amended the contract, you're going to be in violation of procurement in the current RFP.
now I would just ask that if you're going to issue an RFP, that it be as quickly as possible so we can start trying to work this out.
And to initiate a JPA with the county and the village, who would do that? Who would sit in on that? Who would?
Managers.
How would we go about starting
Council,
that?
I don't think it would be a JPA because they're a sole entity on their own. They would need to come into contract with the county.
With the county?
With the county. So if we started an RFP, someone would have to make a phone call to Kate and say, hey, where are you standing on this? And if he's heard from them the past couple of weeks, this is the opportunity to try and get everybody back on board to make sure that Superior is the entity that can do the job for us and not curtail service. And that's what will end up happening. And that's what we don't want to happen.
Correct, sir, because if you guys have to take over, I mean, you guys can't, I mean, you say we'd only serve grants, but that's against the law. You guys have to serve whoever within this area.
license, yes.
Yeah, so if we had a PRC license, we would fall under the same thing Superior does. We would automatically have to give automatic aid to anybody near. It's basically state law that we have to.
We don't have a PRC right now?
We don't because,
medical rescue license.
in theory, we talked about this in a meeting with Mr. Archuleta. We have to apply for it, and the transporting agency, technically, it's like we're trying to take service from them, so they can veto it and say, this is my area. During the negotiation that we had, the Zoom meeting with Mr. Archuleta, we talked about him letting us apply in case they are busy and they are out of the county. We're able to transport legally, but we're not able to charge legally. So the city can't charge for if Mr. Mayor was in an accident or something and we took him to the hospital via ambulance, we wouldn't be able to charge him. It would be a free ride, basically, as of everybody in the city of Grants, because we don't have that license. But like we talked to Mr. Archuleta, that he would not veto, he would let us get that license because we would be helping him. It's not like we would be taking calls away from him. But our worry from the fire department is if we don't get that negotiation and they go down to one bus.
It's overtime for you guys.
It's overtime for us. It's
Wear and tear.
Wear and tear. It's
stress.
It's a lot of stuff, and technically we're paying for service that we're not getting because they're only having one bus, which has always been a fear from ours. When our first contract was negotiated, we wanted 3 buses, as we talked about in the Zoom meeting. It just wasn't able to happen and stay happening because of money, it sounded like. But that's always been our worry. And I think something should be negotiated wise. As far as money wise, we've been paying, we've been taking care of them. If we can take care of our costs through city, I think the county and the village should have to step up. And I also think the company has to step up to go to these people and get the stuff they deserve, the money they deserve.
Comments from council. So, like, we have to go to RF, yes, sir, go ahead.
He's next.
Okay, next. Come on up.
Before you do your comments.
Yeah.
Because this was initially placed as a discussion action item, but really, we concur that it's going to go out for RFP again, so it's more just discussion and to get the appetite from council on how we proceed, but there really is no action item today, if that
This
makes
could
sense.
just be tabled, or or just no action?
Just no action. There's just nothing to take action on.
But comments from the council would be
Any more
appreciated.
comments from the council? It's a hard one, but I know we're trying to get to a good point to serve our community, so. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
We just need to listen to legal's advice on that RFP and go that route. Thank you.
All righty. Well, thank you very much. Any more, sir?
Just thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Okay. Before we do this closed session, legal, I'm asking a question. If any of the counselors had any prior conversations with, or anybody with an associate from Bond Gunderson, should they be recused?
As far as what?
Conversations with Bond Gunderson and Associates, with them, talking about this matter? Not too sure how that law works.
Well, the only comment I would have to make is.
I'm asking.
Go ahead.
I would prefer that we have this conversation as part of our discussion about the threatened litigation, just because I don't want to risk any attorney-client communications.
There you go. Okay,
Thank you.
good. If I can get a motion to go into closed session, please?
A motion and roll call vote to go into executive session, and that pursuant to New Mexico State Statute Section 1015-1, only the following matters will be discussed in closed session. Pursuant to Section 10-15-1, A, pending or threatened litigation. Bond Gunderson Properties Demand Letter.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Roll call. Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Ugarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia? Okay,
Yes.
We'll be right back.
I'll second.
Roll call. Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Ugarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I get a motion? Call vote, matters discussion, closed session, or limited to those specified in?
Motion for closure.
Motion for
Just read
closure
the
and no
next one.
final action were taken per New Mexico statute section 1015-1.
I'll make a motion and roll call vote that matters discussed in closed session were limited to those specified in motion for closure. No final action was taken per New Mexico statute section 10-15-1.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Roll call, Councilor Michael?
Yes.
Councilor Ugarte?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you. We are back. All right. Comments from the council? Councilor Michael?
Just thank everybody for your time, for your hard work, and keep on moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ugarte.
No comments tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia.
No comments.
Thank you. Just a quick comment, city manager interim, be working with the team here to figure out what we're gonna do next, just to let you guys know. On the next one, hopefully I'll let you guys know by tomorrow. One cool thing that we did, and we're gonna put it at both wells, is we're gonna put an aqua drip system at both of the wells, and what it does, it's a little drip system that goes in there, and it's what it's gonna do is gonna start to clean out the pipes of that rust and corrosion that's in there for the hard water we got. It's a company that the Pueblo of Acoma had turned us on to, and we've heard nothing but great stuff from them, and we asked them to, they came and did a presentation the other day, and it was pretty neat. So hopefully within, I mean, we still haven't put it in, but it's gonna be in within the next few months, but then it takes like 3 months. So hopefully we'll see the improvements in our water quality as far as some of that white stuff that's in our showers and just that dirty water, the buildup that's in these old metal pipes and stuff. It's gonna make our water quality hopefully a little bit better, so we can look forward to that. What else do I got? Hold on 1 second, I had something else. I guess that was it. Alrighty, with that said, we'll close the meeting at 6:15. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, Farmington, here we go.